even on NFL. You were 5 and what did I have you at? 5 and 3.
Yep.
I went 2 and 3. I am done with the Chargers. They are dead to me. They went back and slept with their old boyfriend again while we were dating. And I'm acting like I'm surprised. The end of that, why is he going after a punt in the end zone?
Because they only had like 11 yards. Okay. I mean, the guy made a miscalculation. He thought he could get it. And when he missed, he went into the kicker. But
you're going to go. And wow, Baltimore's in real trouble.
Whoa.
I mean, they couldn't even run it. I mean, I know Houston's got a pretty good defense, but I mean, Henry had like
37 yards or something like that.
He had hardly any carries in the first half.
They host the Rams next.
We getting ready to put that X next to Pittsburgh, David? Unbelievable.
I know. By the way, tremendous Saturday. We've got plenty of time to get to it. Tremendous Saturday college football.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up.
Oh, this week, you mean?
Yeah. Morning, everybody. Yes, long road trip this morning. Although it's quite a red-eye experience Saturday night, Sunday morning.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. What a sports weekend it was. you. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. It's a home game for me on a Monday. I don't get many of these. Soaking it up. Slept in my own bed last night. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. It was good. I had a watched. I do what I do on the weekends. I sit down on the couch and I watch football from noon until as late as I can go on Saturday, and then watched a little baseball as well, obviously. And then on Sunday, rinse, wash, repeat, right till the end of the Buffalo Bills wearing those hideous uniforms and deserving to lose.
So Miller and Moulton, who are in our 50s, all right, one mid, one late, all right. And so we were texting with probably the Bills fan that we're the most friendly with. And so we start on him early going, come on, these uniforms. He's like, listen, I'm 50-50. I think I kind of like them more than I don't. But I have gotten texts from numerous people who are not Bills fans telling me how much they like him. Now, this Bills fan that we're texting with is, I believe, just entering his mid-30s. All right. And so he just flatly came back and said, hate to do this to you guys, but it's an age thing.
And you're right, because I actually have couple Bills fans that I'm much closer to than that person. And one was like, they're okay. The other one simply in one word said awful. And he lives up there. So, yeah, they deserve to lose for wearing those. There's no doubt. I mean, we all know it. I'm happy for the Patriots. And maybe the Bills will be smart enough to throw those things away and burn them. And you said it a long time ago. When I turn on the TV, I want to be able to look and go, oh, it's New England playing Buffalo. And for a moment, I thought I was watching a UFL game.
Mark originally came back with a USFL game. I had to say, now that's a 40-year-old reference. So, you're dating yourself right there. You're making it.
That's anger and an extra thumb on the keyboard, David. That's all that is.
Well, the Bills were just experiencing their whiteout game. And I think we found, Mark, in the last 9 days that those don't work. It doesn't matter.
No, it does not. No, it does not. And we'll have plenty of time to get to the game you worked on Saturday. But I'd like for the beginning of the show as best we can to keep it in state. Most of our affiliates are in the state of Florida. Most of them care about the teams in the state of Florida more than others. We get in Southwest Florida. You're from everywhere. But kudos to you, first off, right off the bat, David. You called it on Friday. You said the Gators would win outright. And they did, albeit with Billy trying to screw it up at the end. I mean, how about calling a timeout when you're winning? Okay, nice play calling at the end of the game, because you know what you want to do is give them the ball back and give them an opportunity. Unbelievable. I mean, even in winning, as good as they looked throughout that game, Sunbelt Billy, he certainly does some interesting things, bringing it home for the Gators with their signature win, obviously, of the season, because they haven't had very many.
Come on, Mark. It's part of his charm.
No,
all right?
He's a bad coach. He's a bad game day coach, period. I don't know how you can conclude anything else from watching that. They played their best game, and he still tried to screw it up.
Fortunately for he and the Gators, they were unable to screw it up. And this, I believe, ensures, unless he loses at home to Mississippi State in 2 weeks, that he will make it through the second bye week and get to the cocktail party. All right, and then we'll see what happens.
That Gator team, the way they played for 50 minutes, can play with Georgia. Don't kid yourself. Absolutely. That defense is legit. That freshman receiver, whoo-hoo, look at that, Gators.
Well,
explosion there.
All right, give Napier credit. He did say during the week, this kid coming back, this is, quote, it's a big deal. And he and they were.
Absolutely.
I just have a question. For those of us of a certain age, we remember Beano Cook, who was part of the original Game Day and ESPN's coverage of college football. And Beano Cook famously said that Notre Dame quarterback Ron Paulus was going to, at the very least, equal Archie Griffin's 2 Heismans, and he may, in fact, win 3. Well, Ron Paulus never came close to winning a Heisman. He was an okay college quarterback. That was about it. Is Paul Feinbaum's preseason prognostication about Arch Manning going to go into the television lexicon along with Beano Cook and Ron Paulus? Because he should be benched.
There's no doubt. And it's a great point about benching him. And I mentioned this, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, David. In the NIL world that we are in currently, do coaches have the same power to bench players that they did a couple of years ago? Because he's not ready to play. I don't know if by the end of his time at Texas, he'll improve. And I'm not going to say he's done as of today. He's very young, and we've watched so many quarterbacks on Sunday. I mean, look at Baker Mayfield, look at Sam Darnold, look at all these guys, look at Daniel Jones. I mean, there's a bunch of guys playing on Sunday that we had already written off, and they can play a little bit. But right now, Arch doesn't look like he knows what he's doing as a quarterback.
So just wonder, and not the easiest of defense to go up against, and I don't know how much better it's going to get. After all, plays in the SEC. They take their football rather seriously. They have a lot of good players in the conference. And mentioned at the beginning of the year, not an easy schedule for Texas. And yes, I had them losing to Florida in the summer. I had this game circled. I was high on the Gators this year and said they'd be 2-2 hosting the Longhorns. And then the run begins. Well, Sunbelt Billy, come on now. You were 1-3 instead of 2-2. Just a game off. All right? Otherwise, it's still right there in front of you there, Billy. Come on, boys.
And we've said that for weeks, that it's still in front of them for the Gators. It may be behind them in Tallahassee. That game against Alabama now looking more like a fluke than an actual big win. Alabama's turned it around, no doubt. But Florida State was manhandled by Miami. And Mario, you used a little of your Billy as well, because you comfortably had that game in control and yet let Florida State get back in it. I will say, both sides of the ball, you're impressive. You've got a young receiver that's pretty damn good.
Whoa! Yeah, I don't know on Saturday. That might be the third guy on Saturdays that's uncoverable. Okay, in which literally there are guys on Sundays going, oh, he's going to be a handful. How much? We got it. Good. We don't have to cover him till 2028? Good. Holy mackerel. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, Alabama, Ohio State, and Miami got wide receivers in which it's like, I don't know what to do with them. How many guys we assigning to them? At least 2. Whew. Boy.
Kid can play.
Yeah, Michael Irvin's on the sidelines going, now that's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo. Man. Fun. Fun. Isn't it nice? Now, come on now, Florida State fans, could you guys stop? But come on now. Isn't it nice to see the U have some guys again in which you elbow the people next to you and go, that's how it looked. That's why it was quarterback U also, because, they were throwing dudes like that. Speaking of which, our buddy Josh Pate, who's now with, is he part of the ESPN family now? I don't know. He moved around. Anyway, he was at the game. He did his thing yesterday. He said, listen, I've seen Oregon up close. I've seen Ohio State up close, although he saw them against Texas. Okay. And, the quarterback in that offense is a lot different now. But he saw Ohio State against Texas. He saw Oregon against Penn State. And he saw Miami against Florida State. And he said, I'm just telling you right now, nobody's got more dudes than Miami.
They've got receivers. They've got running backs. They're excellent at the line of scrimmage. The two DNs, as much as you want to talk about the receiver and looking like dudes, there's another thing that's been lacking in Miami. That's some dudes on defense that are just a problem to block. And Miami's got two.
Yes, they do.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
I mean, those two ends are all over you.
Yep. Michigan had 2 defensive tackles for 2 years that couldn't be blocked. How did that work out? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Saturday night delivered if you're a Canes fan. Saturday afternoon delivered for the Gators. And then Sunday, the Bucks did it again. What a fun game that was yesterday.
In all honesty, if we voted for MVP right now, I will say it again. Nobody's playing better than Dak Prescott. I'm just going to tell you right now. Honestly, there's no one in the league playing at a higher level at their position than Dak Prescott. But we all know that's not who wins MVPs anymore. Okay, it's not the Player of the Year award. It's the best player on one of the best teams. Baker's got to be a finalist for MVP right now, right?
100%. 100%. I mean, his top receiver's gone, although the one they drafted.
Oh, Mark, come on.
This Ibuka guy, I'm just saying.
Mark,
He's pretty good.
Mark,
He's good, David.
You were high on him. You begged the Bucks for the whole month of April to draft him. He's better than you thought he was. Come on now.
Oh, you're damn right he is.
He's doing it on Sundays as good or better than he was doing it on Saturdays.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'd cut that guy from Arizona. I know they won't. I'd cut him. That is unacceptable.
Yes.
And I'd cut him, and I'd call around the league, and I'd try to blackball him. Like, that guy shouldn't be able to play in the league when you do that. I mean, that division's winnable. The playoffs are an opportunity for that team. That game could cost them, what, tens of millions of dollars if they miss the playoffs? Like, I'm not kidding here. That's ridiculous.
It's a massive loss, the difference between 3-2 and 2-3 in the division they're in also.
Right.
I think Penn State has to run the table. I mean, if
Yes.
so, they will beat Ohio State and Indiana. They'd be 10-2.
It would be the same thing as Notre Dame last year, essentially.
Yes.
It really would.
It's almost point spread wise the exact same loss. All right. Northern Illinois was a 2 or 3 point bigger underdog. But yeah, they have to run the table.
Guy was running in the end zone. What would have made the score, David, if he scores there for Arizona? Made it 28-3?
6.
28-6.
Yeah.
So it's 21-6. They're running in the end zone to score. He pulls the ball flip thing, a half yard or whatever before he's in the end zone.
Also,
so 28-6, it's 21-6. They end up losing the game. I don't know, Ryan. I mean, the AFC East is saying, hold my beer, because the Colts are a good football team. And the Jets are a dumpster. I mean, who's worse than the Jets right now? Who in the AFC North is worse than the Jets? The Bengals? Okay. I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Oh, is there a lot to react to? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
we're just getting warmed up.
Oh,
We
my
haven't even
goodness.
made our way out of the state of Florida yet to where the Dolphins played yesterday.
You want to go pro football right now? Or
I'd like to finish off the Sunshine State. We have not mentioned the Dolphins yet. And there were a couple of losses. There was, start Friday night. South Florida did their business. They did what they were supposed to do.
by the way,
One of the best covers in David Moulton's life.
Alex Golish, you thought I had a man crush on you before Friday night. Okay. You let those backups score against Charlotte with under a minute to go. Yes, you do.
Charlotte scores with, I think, 2:36 left in the game, makes it a 21-point game, and it looks as if David Moulton's week is going to start out the way every week has started out for him this year, with a loss.
Right.
But Alex Golish lets the backups go after it.
Yeah.
With 36 seconds left, they score, kick the extra point to win by 28. The spread, 27.5.
Yeah, baby. That's how you get a week started.
We've already talked about the Knowles and the Canes and the Gators. UCF had a lead. They blew it.
The quarterback got hurt again.
Yeah, well.
I know. I'm just saying they've had a couple games this year where they haven't scored in the second half. And they had another one, and it cost them, they unable to make a dent yet in their brief Big 12 tenure. Cincinnati, meanwhile.
Thank you very much. That team looked good.
In fact, that team probably should be ranked.
100%. 100%.
And I will say, and listen, Miller and Moulton hate the polls. Hate the polls. Hate the polls. But there is definitely an anti-Big 12 sentiment amongst the AP writers.
Now, I believe they're 26th in the AP. They're the highest team receiving votes, but they should be in. There's no doubt.
But if you just take a look at how far SEC teams drop when they lose versus there seems to be nothing Big 12 teams can do to move up. And anyway.
By the way, Cincinnati's got a quarterback too. I mean, they do.
That seems to be important, Mark. I don't know if you've noticed that. It seems as if in order to be a good team, you have to have a good quarterback.
And that gets us back to Sunday. Finishing off the state, David. The Miami Dolphins built a big lead. A big lead. And Lee Sterling's 40-unit play looked like it was going to go down in flames. But not so fast, my friend, because if there's a team that can blow a lead in the National Football League, it's the Miami Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins picking number 1. We're the Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
Trying really hard to pick
for us.
Trying really hard to pick number 1.
Oh my goodness.
Woo! That's a bad loss. Not a good team. You're up 17 points at one point in time. You got a lead late. And well, I mean, Mark, when it comes to the great Carolina Panthers quarterbacks of all time, that pantheon, Kerry Collins, Jake Delhomme, Bryce Young. It's just tough to hold the third-year quarterback down.
Well, and then Hubbard's out of the game, so, Miami has a break with their run defense, and the backup nearly sets a franchise record running for over 200 yards against Miami.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh,
17-point lead, all those pass rushers. And they had no problems coming back. Bryce Young beat you with a touchdown pass with under 2 minutes to go. Yep.
And you decide, and I know it was 4th and 17, but you punt.
Yeah, that probably just needed to give it a wing and a prayer.
I mean, with the way interference in defensive holding is called in the National Football League, you have to try to convert there, in my opinion. Thought it wouldn't happen. And watch all of the interference in defensive holdings that happen on 3rd and 4th down in that league.
Well, and also with the way Tua underthrows the deep ball these days, that's the best way to get either a completion or a pass interference is to underthrow the damn ball. I have to admit, I was sitting on the couch, same thing, and I was pulling a Bum Phillips. Okay, to no one in particular, I just said, run the Bomberooski. Run the Bomberooski. But, no. So the countdown's back on for Mike McDaniel.
Oh, yeah. I never was off for me, but
come on now. They won and they were up 17-0. I mean, you start looking around at what's going around in the league and you start all of a sudden doing the math going, hey, plus, at that point in time, Mark, Buffalo's going to beat New England and drop the Patriots to 2-3, you're going to be, okay, we're in the middle of the pack. We can still do this. Baltimore sucks suddenly. Burrow's out. Okay. You start Vegas, Cleveland, Tennessee. You start rattling off the teams. You're like, hey, hold on. We're not that far off. Just like that. Boom.
And I will say there were plenty of calls they didn't make. End of that Eagles game. Guy got pretty much pulled down. Could have been a 1st and goal from the 3-yard line with one play left instead of the 30. Would have been different.
I thought it was a horrible pass.
I don't care. He pulled the guy's. I mean, he grabbed his shoulder pad and pulled him down. They call it the whole game, and they didn't call it there. It's okay. The Eagles had no business winning that game the way they blew it in the second half. Just like the Chargers had no business winning that game with the way they finished the first half. And the Baltimore Ravens have no business right now playing in the National Football League.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Poll question today. Penn State or the Baltimore Ravens? What in the wide world of football is going on here?
It's Penn State. It's Penn State. It's Penn State. David, I want to read you because I don't know if you remember. We text a lot. We do. We actually.
Well, we did this weekend.
More. And you sent me one sentence at halftime because my text to you was, what the blank is going on there? Unreal. And you sent back, most shocking half we've done in 20 years.
Without question. Without question. Without a doubt. I mean, Gary and I, after the game, we had a half hour together before we had to go our separate travel ways. And he just looked at me and he said, this is more you than me. What's the biggest upset we'd ever done? And I said, I think we had like a 10-point dog, South Carolina in 2010 at home against Bama, A&M 4 years ago, Zach, what was Delgado or, whatever his name was, they were like a 13-point dog. I mean, that's about it. I don't think we ever had anything more than a 2-touchdown dog. Okay, win. Not a 25-point underdog who's winless. Mark, it's only the third time in the history of college football that an 0-4 team beat a team ranked in the top 10. Whew.
I will say that was one of the best onside kicks I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
That was, the execution was perfect. That right there is why the old kick rules have to go back in the NFL. I know they never will, but you look back at the Saints in the Super Bowl to start the second half, and I get it. Bigger moment, bigger spot. But UCLA is like, we don't care. We got one shot to do this, and it's throwing everything we've got at them, and we've got to do it now. They did, and it worked. Miller and Moulton. And the computer's not working, David. I'm right here clicking the damn mouse. It's on where it's supposed to be. It is not working. I'm trying to go to break.
Are we going to have to do commercial-free radio? Do you know who had to do that for the first half Sunday? Touchdown Radio Network. Their computers weren't firing. Gino Toretta told me at halftime, we just did the first half commercial-free.
I may need new batteries. I don't know. It is a wireless mouse. I need help. I can't have this happen right now, David. It's not working. No.
This isn't like television.
Wait a minute. I think I got it back. Hold on. Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. And American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I need new batteries. Might have to see if the B103 folks have some AAAs for me. Son of a. Yeah, thank you, Sonny. That's what I don't know if you saw me, but that's exactly what I appreciated, guys. I thank you for. I'm not to be a dick here. You're not talking to David.
Yeah. Besides, if it doesn't fall under the turn it off, turn it on, I can't help you.
But they're not, Adam. I mean, they should have won that. That's it. That is unbelievable. I would cut that guy. I'm not joking around. What the hell in the NFL can happen where guys are so full of themselves that they have to celebrate after it's happened all of these times? How does it keep happening? That's twice this year, and it's cost both teams the game. Indianapolis beats, it was the Rams, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
Rams, they did it. They win that game. I can't tell you how big the fine would be if I were running that team. But that's a game check to me. Sorry, you don't get paid. And it'd come from the owner, the money that it could cost that franchise. And I don't know if it's for the camera, if it's for the fans, Clark. I mean, either way, they're showing off. But
Third-year running back, I believe. I don't think he has 100 carries in the league.
it's that DeMarcado, right, that did it?
Mm-hmm. Amari DeMarcado.
Third year in the league.
I think that was like his 89th carry in the league. He had scored, I think, 3 previous touchdowns.
Yep. I'm cutting him. He's done.
And they're hurting at running back too.
I don't care. And I guess if he has a guaranteed contract, he was on the roster, so his salary is guaranteed for the year then, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's got to be making the...
No, I understand, but then I might just devote him to the practice squad. I mean, because he's going to get paid. I don't know. I mean, if I could cut him and not pay him, so I might just fine him a lot.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Text line is open. Would love to get your thoughts on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. 21,000 is the number. 21,000. The keyword is Miller. If you've never texted the show, Pelican Roofing of Florida, 1-866-9-PELICAN. 1-866-9-PELICAN. Commercial, residential, statewide in Florida. Proud sponsor of the Miller and Moulton text line.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
We'll start in the NFL. How about Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks? How about, I want to watch every one of their games. That team is fun to watch, largely because of him. But also, they make great plays in special teams and defense. They make big blunders on special teams and defense. Okay, Todd Bowles blitzes like crazy. They're just a fun team to watch. And man, if it's close late, they're winning. Baker does it again, trailing by a touchdown. He throws a TD pass with a minute to play. And then the Bucs defense, which was getting gashed, comes up with a play. Levante David with the diving interception with less than a minute to go. In long field goal range. They run the ball to set up Chase McLaughlin, 39-yard field goal at the gun. Tampa Bay goes to 4-1, heads to Seattle and beats the Seahawks, who had won 3 in a row. 38-35. Baker Mayfield right now would have to be one of the finalists for the MVP. I know, it's early. Take a breath, Moulton. Take a breath. Dolphins jumped out to a 17-0 lead, but they're the Dolphins. Charlotte, Carolina, they come all the way back. Unbelievably, Bryce Young drives 83 yards in the final minutes. Touchdown pass with under 2 minutes to play. The Panthers 27, the 1-4 Dolphins 24. Hey, give it up for Bo Nix. All right? First 3 weeks of the season, rated as one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league. Played well last week, but everybody said, come on, it's Cincinnati, they suck. Okay, how about in Philadelphia? Yeah, he was 9 of 10 for 130-plus yards and a touchdown in the fourth quarter. The Broncos score on 3 straight fourth-quarter possessions, knock off one of the last unbeaten teams in the league and the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, 21-17.
Yeah, I was going to say he wasn't good for 3 quarters in that game. I mean, he was missing guys that were open. It was only the short pass, and it looked like Bo Nix was going to come under the attack of football people this morning. But his fourth quarter was spectacular.
And a terrific 2-point conversion as well, which gave the Broncos an 18-17 lead. They won 21-17. They're 3-2. The Eagles' first loss of the season, 4-1. And there are no more unbeatens. The Eagles lost, as did the Bills last night. Must have been the uniforms. They went all white. It didn't work for Miller.
The silver and white Buffalo Bills. Yeah. You know, the colors they've been wearing for years.
Former Bill Stephon Diggs came back and caught 10 passes for $146. Drake May looking like a young franchise quarterback. Last second field goal. Patriots go into Orchard Park and beat the Bills 23-20. They're 3-2. Buffalo falls to 4-1. There were 3 winless teams entering this weekend. Now there are just 1. The Saints trailed 14-3 to Jackson Dart and the Giants. And then they said, wait a minute, this kid's a rookie. You pressure him, he'll turn it over. They did. 5 turnovers on 5 straight possessions for the G-Men. And the Saints come all the way back. Kellen Moore gets his first win as a head coach. 26-14, New Orleans. Both teams are 1-4. The Arizona loss to the Titans was epic. It's tough to come up with a team finding a way to lose in the fourth quarter at any level of football that is comparable to what the Arizona Cardinals pulled off yesterday. They had a 21-6 lead with 13 minutes to go. They hand the ball to Amari DiMercato. There's no one between him and the goal line once he broke the line of scrimmage. So, of course, he eases up at the 20, and there's a defender still busting it, and he gets to the goal line, and he flips the ball nonchalantly, of course, a half a yard before he crosses the goal line. Because, of course. It's more important to have style points than to score. They review it, take the touchdown off the board. Tennessee scores to cut it to 21-12. Then Tennessee's driving, and Cam Ward throws a pick. The Cardinal defender gets up, all right, loses his footing, falls down, fumbles the football. Two Arizona Cardinals, like a sitcom, go after the ball, collide into one another. The ball then scurries forward into the end zone where a Titan falls on it, and now it's 21-19 Arizona. Then normal football after that. Tennessee gets a stop, complete a couple passes, kick a field goal at the gun, and win 22-21. And how many people just got eliminated from their suicide pool?
One of my two, not the big one.
First win of the season for the Titans. Meanwhile, the Jets are the last winless team. Dak Prescott, 4 TDs. They whooped up on New York 37-22. The Jets have played 5 games. Mark, do you know how many turnovers they've forced in 5 games?
That would be none, I believe.
The same number as wins. Correct. 0.
Well, they hired a defensive guy that could be there.
Well, exactly. Right. That's what they should do. Minnesota in London beat Cleveland 21-17. Carson Wentz, give him credit, didn't look good most of the day, but in money time, he goes 80 yards against a good defense and throws a 12-yard touchdown pass with 25 seconds to go, 21-17 Vikings. Could somebody send out an APB to find the Baltimore Ravens? Holy blank. Houston beat them 44-10. 44 to 10.
I mean, Baltimore's defense, look it, there no Lamar yesterday, I get it. But this defense is historically bad with what's going on against them right now.
They're giving up
36 points going into the fourth quarter last week against Tennessee.
CJ Stroud, 4 TDs. By the way, the Texans doing the Ray Lewis dance after they scored in Baltimore. That's fun. Not for the Ravens, but that's fun. Indy beat Vegas 40-6. 2 more turnovers for Geno Smith. Jonathan Taylor with 3 touchdowns. Colts are 4-1. Raiders have lost 4 in a row. And the Chargers were dominating the Commanders. They're up 10-0. They're in control of the game. Now Washington ends up scoring the next 27 points. Washington and the Chargers are both 3-2. Commanders 27-10. Lions win and cover against Cincy 37-24. Big day for David Montgomery. He returned to Cincinnati, first time in 10 years as a player. He threw a touchdown pass, and he had a touchdown run as the Lions have won 4 in a row. Chiefs, Monday Night Football in Jacksonville tonight. They're a 3.5-point favorite, 8:15 on both ABC and ESPN. If you're wondering, home teams so far, 3-10. 3-10 are home teams in the NFL this week. College football, AP poll, Ohio State remains number 1. Miami jumps ahead of Oregon, so they're number 2. Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma, Indiana round out your unbeaten top 7s. 9 SEC teams in the top 25. South Florida back in the poll at 24. Florida State remains in the poll at 25. Penn State and Texas drop out of the polls after losing. You throw in Clemson, and 3 of the top 4 preseason teams in the country are unranked after the first weekend of October. By the way, in the coaches poll, both Texas and Penn State remain ranked. The coaches should never, ever, ever complain about the media again. You guys are much bigger idiots, or the people you've assigned to vote, one or the other. Notre Dame moved up 5 spots. If you're wondering, is Notre Dame going to make the playoffs if they run the table? Yeah, they're already up to number 16 in the polls. Notre Dame, if they run the table, is going to be in the playoff.
And at the moment, their losses look like good losses. I mean, come on.
Great.
I think what's interesting to me, and A&M is where they should be in the polls, but when you look at all the people who are doing the playoff prognostications, the ones that claim they watch all the games, A&M's getting no love. Like, no one has them hosting. No one has them winning the SEC. They're the best team in the conference right now.
There are 15 unbeaten teams remaining in college football. One of them, by the way, Dan Mullen's UNLV. You think Dan Mullen's name in about a month from now is going to get mentioned for other jobs besides UNLV? Anybody? I think maybe. Baseball, the Jays were up 12-0 on the Yankees. Needless to say, the Argonauts beat the Giants 13-7. The Jays are up 2-0 in that series. Modern day baseball, though, Trey Yesavage, 22-year-old pitcher, making his fourth career start, has a no-no going in the sixth inning. He's thrown less than 80 pitches. They take him out.
They take him out.
Because they didn't
He's
want her to
line
go.
a pirate there.
Yeah. They didn't want him going through the lineup a third time. Did I mention he hadn't given up a hit the first two times he went through the lineup?
And his stuff was nasty yesterday.
Nasty. Could we overthink this just a little bit? What are you taking a pitcher out of a game? You're up 12-0. He's throwing a no-no. Why are you even leaving the dugout? Anyway, that series is 2-0. Seattle, even their series with your Tigers, Mark.
Oh, I know.
3-2, the final. Both the games have been 3-2. That's the first home playoff win for the Mariners since 2001. Think about that. The two National League Division Series will play their game twos today and tonight. 6 o'clock on TBS, Dodgers and Phillies. LA won game one. 9 o'clock, Cubs and Milwaukee. Milwaukee won game one. Hell, they scored 6 in the bottom of the first of game one. So 9 o'clock for Cubs Brewers, 6 o'clock Phillies Dodgers on TBS. NASCAR, it's a road course race, so we knew who was going to win. It was Shane Van Gisbergen, but he's already out of the playoffs. Ross Chastain was going to dramatically race his way into the playoffs. All right, and Denny Hamlin wrecked him on the final lap. And Denny didn't know the score, so to speak. And he basically said afterwards, if somebody had told me what the deal was, I wouldn't have done what I did. Okay?
Are you sure? I mean,
yeah.
No offense.
No. You got to remember, the driver he put in the playoff was Joey Logano. So, yes, I'm positive. Positive.
They don't like Ross either.
No, but there's a lot of them who really don't like Joey Logano. So the top 8 advanced to the playoff. Logano was 8th. Remember last year, Logano missed the playoff. Then they deemed one of the 8 guys who was in his car failed post-race inspection. They took the points away. Logano makes the playoff, ends up winning the cup. He should have missed it this year. He gets in as number 8. Does he go on to win the whole thing? WNBA, Vegas is up 2-0 on Phoenix. They won game 1. Terrific game. Game 2 was last night. They won by 13. Stephen Fisk, a 28-year-old, won the Sanderson Farms Open in Mississippi by 2. The FGCU golfer we've had on the show, who we pay attention to, Frankie Sappin, all right, he's had a tough rookie year on tour, finished T6th, won a couple $100,000. He's 138th on the money list. How about this? He's made $800,000 this year, and he's going to lose his tour card. Tommy Gainey, a Monday qualifier, won the Furyk and Friends in Jacksonville. And on the LPGA Tour in Hawaii, a 22-year-old South Korean, Yumin Wong, won. Nelly Korda, desperately searching for her first win of the year, finished 4th. And at 7 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a Shane Van Gisbergen here on Miller and Moulton.
I will say, I'm glad you mentioned the golf, but 2 things happened that I'd never seen before. One was Vince Whaley trying to kill himself, hitting the ball out of the water with an alligator not more than 10 feet away from him, staring at him.
I was going to say!
He was ankle deep. And the other one on Saturday, 2 players in the bunker, their balls were touching one another in the bunker. I've never seen anything like that in golf. Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, your home for all the football and baseball that September provides, plus a nightly food special. Got bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays, live music Fridays, karaoke Saturdays. Never mind the fact that Shoeless Joe's is going to celebrate Grandparents' Day, National Hot Dog Day, National Cheeseburger Day, all in the month of September. Food and drink specials during every NFL game. Shoeless Joe's, the official home for Ohio State football. Shoeless Joe's, good food, good times, good sports, in the Doubletree by Hilton. Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Can I ask a question? Do you guys listen to the show, or are you just too busy having a conversation that you're in and out? Left Twix, I said they have to run the table to make the playoff like Notre Dame last year. I didn't say they will run the table. Okay. But if they were to run the table, winning at Ohio State and beating Indiana at 10-2, I think they would make the playoff. That their loss to UCLA would be viewed as Notre Dame's loss to Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois was a 27, 28-point dog. UCLA was a 25-point dog. Well, DC, there's, the Penn State running back duo that I saw last year was better than the Notre Dame running back duo, but not this year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Oh, but is there a lot to react to? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Big Monday Night Football game tonight. Jags, home dog against the Chiefs. Was it a one-off, the Chiefs' performance last week? Hell, who is it who covers college football who has the bottom 10 every week? Ryan McGee, right? He's got the bottom 10.
Yes.
And what he'll usually do is he'll take a big name school that just lays an egg that week, and he'll put them in his bottom 10. And he gets a lot of grief and what have you. Like, I'm willing to bet Ryan McGee has Penn State in his bottom 10 teams in the country this week.
Right. Clemson had been there earlier this year.
Right.
North Carolina should have a home there.
Right. Okay. Certainly, at least a condo. Or at least a second home there. Yes. And who? He might even throw Texas in this week. I didn't take a look. I don't know. But man, oh man, this Ravens collapse. I mean, hey, I'm on record as saying it. On September 1st, and I know not everybody was healthy, they had the best roster on paper in the league. I'm absolutely convinced of that. We had Pat Kerwin on the show right before the season started and said, hey, we're all making our picks, but if we're just going 53-man rosters, who is the best roster in the league? He said, probably the Ravens. They're 1-4.
And it doesn't look at everything's fixable in the NFL. And I don't think Pittsburgh are world beaters. So Baltimore could obviously come back. But it's not the fact that they lost yesterday without Lamar. Those things happen. You lose your quarterback, you expect more out of your backup, but they can't run the ball at all.
No.
And they've got this guy named Derrick Henry as a running back. But more of a problem with Baltimore is they are getting gashed by everyone. When they lost to Buffalo in what was a great season opener, 1-point game, both teams score a bazillion points. You're like, okay, we actually all thought after that game that Baltimore played better, but Buffalo won. Those things happen. I think a lot of us thought if they lined up again the next day, Baltimore would win that game. That defense has basically stayed the same and maybe gotten worse, because at least we credit Buffalo with having an elite offense. C.J. Stroud hasn't been able to tear anybody up this year. He tore up Baltimore yesterday.
Now, they have a lot of guys injured. They do. A lot. Okay. And I think that's what they're falling back on right now. But wow. It's been a while since I can recall a good NFL team, a very good NFL team, having it fall apart so quickly at the start of a season. We saw the Eagles a couple years ago. What they start 9-1, and then all of a sudden they couldn't get 10-1, and they couldn't get out of their own way for the final 6 weeks of the year. And we're going, wow, what the heck's going on in Philly? But I mean, right out of the chute, this is unbelievable. Mark, I got to get this off my chest. 20 years I've been lucky enough to be dragged along by Gary Danielson and do 20 years of college football on CBS. I looked it up during a commercial break. The biggest upset we had done before Saturday, Texas A&M with Zach Calzado there was like a 16-point underdog at home. Alabama had a 22-game winning streak 4 years ago when Texas A&M, before 106,000 on a magical Saturday night in College Station, 140-138. Interception returns for touchdowns, kickoff returns for touchdowns, wild night. They won. They were a 16-point dog. They were also a 2-2 team going into that game. Mark, UCLA got spanked, humiliated at home by New Mexico. 35 to 10.
The other thing that you pointed out there that I do think needs to be recognized is you said that with 105,000 people or whatever the number was you gave in College Station, the announced crowd at the Rose Bowl, the announced crowd,
big stadium,
was 39,256.
Yeah.
UCLA is so bad right now. How bad are they? That they've gone to what the Jags used to do in essentially tarping the end zones so it doesn't look so bad.
Oh, yeah. I think there was probably only 65,000 untarped seats at the 100,000 seat Rose Bowl. All right. And it was great to do a game from there. I hadn't been there in 33 years. I was lucky enough to be there for the Cowboys-Bills Super Bowl, Michael Jackson at halftime, the Cowboys rout, and I was covering the game. And, I was 27 years old, and, it was a lifetime ago, no doubt. And so it was great to be back. The place is beautiful. The mountains, it's wow. I can see why Kirk Herbstreit falls all over himself about how that's the place and that's the game to do. It is magical. But yeah, it was more than half empty, and half the fans were Penn State fans. So even when UCLA was scoring, what'd you have? 19,000 people cheering in a 100,000 seat stadium? I mean, it was crazy what happened. And not only that, they never trailed. 25-point dog never trailed. Never. I mean, they just lined up and ran right at Penn State and ran it down their throat. And Nico, I am a leaving.
He earned his $64,000 that he's getting instead of the $2 million he was going to get at Tennessee.
Yeah, he can play. Okay, he ain't the problem. Why they were 0-4. I'll tell you what, he can play.
I will say, it's not professional, if you will, but Neuheisel gushing over his kid was, for lack of a better term, really cool. Anybody that's a dad watching that had to feel good about it. The better part, however, was the young Neuheisel that was calling the plays, his son, and his wife straddling him on the field after the game, jumping in his arms, legs wrapped around him, and he carried her around the field for what looked to be 4 minutes.
We did not know this during the game, but apparently he had never spoken into a headset before, and he had trouble working the headset properly. So they apparently had 2 practices together with him calling the plays. 2. And they humiliated Penn State.
Coach and the coordinators quit.
Everybody, yeah, gone. Right.
Remarkable that happened. I don't have a lot of Penn State people that I know. I really don't. And I feel nothing towards them. Like, it's not, I'd love to go to a game in Happy Valley one day because it looks like a cool scene.
It is.
But they've never been a team that I've really, I don't even know. It's not liked or disliked. I've just never had a feeling towards them. And most of it was anger when the whole, what happened. But I reached out to the one Penn State fan that I know. And I had not talked to this guy in years. And I'm not kidding. There's no text history between the two of us.
Oh, well, then I'm sure he loved hearing from you after all these years as this was going on.
No, and I did it late Saturday night, not right after the game. And it was R&D. I didn't say it mean. I said, I said the guy's name. His name, period, Miller, period. That's how I started it. So, because I don't even know if he still has my number in his phone.
Right.
I said, I hope you're well outside of the game. Since you're the only Penn State fan I know, does he have to go after this? Because to me, he has to. You lose that game. David, I said it to you, I believe, in a text. You give up 42 to UCLA and come back and win, you still have to go, in my opinion. And, he said the only way he saves his job is to beat Ohio State and Indiana back-to-back. If he does that, they still make the playoffs, but I'm not holding my breath. And I said, maybe that was worse than Notre Dame to losing to Northern Illinois last year. And he said, that game is the only thing giving me hope. It shows you can lose to a blank team early and still make the playoffs. So he is still holding out hope, but as he said, he's not holding his breath.
Right.
But I felt that I had to do R&D, and I didn't pick on him. I don't think anything that I asked was mean or out of line. I wanted to type "we are," and I didn't. I held back.
So the hotel we were staying at was very close to the stadium, and I had noticed Friday night and Saturday morning that it was all Penn State.
Of course.
Fans, right. And so a couple times I was in, the elevator and that with Penn State people, and then more Penn State people would get on. And it's kind of like what you Michigan State folks do when you run into each other. How does it go again?
Go green. The response is go white.
Right. And so
right now it's we lose all the damn time.
So sure enough, there were 3 or 4 different instances in which elevator opens, people come on. Okay. Somebody on the elevator goes, "We are," and the people coming on the elevator go, "Penn State." Okay. And they're all happy. I mean, they're going to win.
Right.
They're in California for the weekend. They saw some sights. Okay. Hey, they hadn't played a game in the Rose Bowl since they went to the Rose Bowl, which was the 2016 season. So some people were seeing it for the first time or hadn't been in a while, and they're in a good mood. Okay. Spending money like they got it, which obviously they did. Right. So we all head back to the hotel, and then we're all taking red eyes and heading to the airport, but we're all doing it on a different schedule. And I get on the elevator, and there's 2 Penn State fans on the elevator, and I go, "Hey, really sorry." And I'm going like close to the top floor, and they're like midway, and we stop.
And again for Moulton, everybody.
And 2 people come on, silence. Nobody says anything. And so I go, "Am I being a jerk if I go, 'we are'?" Okay. And they all look
Can I answer that for you? Yes, you were.
And they all look at me and they go, "Penn State, but you can't say it because you're not one of us." I go, "Got it." But yeah. The buyout's $50 million, by the way. It's why it's not going to happen. Now, was that the beginning of the end? Absolutely. No question about it. Both sides, it's the beginning of the end. But the buyout's $50 million. He ain't going anywhere right now.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family-owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got to admit, man, you guys are ball busters. Golly. I'm about ready to just
Ignore it. Just leave it alone.
But
not worth
it
it.
contributes to the show, and we use some. I mean, not all the comments are asinine, but I mean, Left Twix. How could you not know the difference between a Big Ten team and Notre Dame? I mean, come on. I mean, it's very simple. If they win out, Penn State, will they make the playoff? Yes, they will. They'll be a top 4 team in the Big Ten.
And they will have beaten the number 1 team in the nation at the time and a top, probably, let's just say Indiana
15.
loses this week, a top 20 team at worst to Indiana.
Well, yeah, because they'll have the tiebreaker on Indiana, because Indiana at best will probably be 10-2, and they will have beaten them. I don't. God, you guys bust our balls about every effing thing. Jesus. God, this is supposed to be enjoyable. I'm an hour into a show off of an amazing sports weekend. God damn. I don't know how obvious statements are getting debated. Fuck this.
Yeah, Wes, I want Mark Sanchez to go to jail.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised. I don't know what the laws in Indiana are, but I thought, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought if you physically hit somebody over the age of 65 in Florida, I think 65 is the number, it's a felony. That guy was 69. It's misdemeanor battery. In Florida, that would be felony battery.
I think we all know what's going to happen here. because he's a celebrity or a public person, he's probably going to be able to plea and only get 5 years probation, and he'll pay a nice fine. And I'm sure he's going to end up having to cut this guy's family a check,
Huge check.
as he should. But
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you see if you haven't seen the pictures of the guy.
you mean?
He'll lose his job, EB.
Oh yeah. He hasn't
not.
lost it yet. He hadn't lost it yet because I don't know if he had been arrested. Was he arrested
Yeah.
by the time they aired the pregame?
Oh yeah,
shows?
he was arrested Saturday night.
Gotcha.
To my knowledge, the other side of it is, how about the two exact, word for word written statements? A lot to unfold here. I mean, the Fox show at 11, and then what's his face? I mean, they said the same word for word exact thing. Do better. Do better.
Yeah, that came from the top.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It's an Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Heck, I might be guilty of an overreaction. Just did so during the commercial break. Getting bent out of shape about what some people are commenting about in the Twitch and YouTube chat rooms. But we encourage you to comment because we use what you say as material on the show. Plus, we want to know what you're thinking.
And that includes the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. The text line number is 21,000. The keyword is Miller. There were a few waiting for me when I came in this morning. And I had an email yesterday. I've got my new email pen pal, David.
Huh.
He sends me, and I really should hook him up with you because after this, incredibly long email, I haven't even responded to his emails. I usually read them on air, and I think that's how he knows that I read them, and I appreciate them. But this time, I actually did point out something he even missed. But he is a huge Gator fan. And he gave me his own good, bad, and ugly of the Florida-Texas game.
Nice.
And that was 6 paragraphs into the email.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. But I just want to give you part of it.
Okay.
Because the rest of it is stuff about the game and things, good morning. It's great to be a Florida Gator. I hope you all had a great weekend. I was at the game. The place was loud and explosive. We still believe. However, and I could be wrong, but everyone around us and in the corridor said the same thing. This victory has little real value associated with it, and which is an overall detriment to winning the larger conflict, which is this: we need a new coach. and he go, beating Texas felt amazing. I wouldn't dream of taking that joy away from anyone, least of all myself. But two things can be true at the same time. And he's now nervous. And I wonder how many Gator fans feel the same way, that Billy's going to do just enough to keep his job.
Well,
because they believe, and I'm, I've had several texts this morning on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line saying, don't care, fire Billy. Different people, all with the same message. They want him gone. And David, they have a hell of a test Saturday. We got plenty of time to get into that. But Texas A&M right now, to me, is the most unappreciated team in the country. Miami is getting appreciation, and they deserve all of it, by the way. The Canes are looking great. They beat Notre Dame. They beat Florida State. They beat Florida. They pounded a South Florida team that's pretty good. There's no reason to not being going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if you're a Canes fan. And let's be honest, the only time a Canes fan goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs is when they're really, really good. So back to the Gators. I expect that they're not going to be able to beat A&M on Saturday.
Okay.
But I just want to ask the Gator fans out there, what happens if they do? Because your defense is great, and I'm not messing around. That is an elite defensive football team. Arch Manning, yeah, he got some things done with his legs, but those weren't design runs to beat a team. That kid was running for his life. I mean, look, the Canes got 2 dudes at the end. Dudes.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
dudes that I think on Sunday are still going to be dudes.
I'm totally
know
with
what
you.
I mean.
Totally.
I mean, you watch those guys play and you go, oh, okay, they can do that against anybody. But as an 11-man unit, this Gator defense, dare I say, is it special? Because I think it might be.
It's very good. It's very good. I don't know about special. I'm willing to go very good. Yeah. I mean, here's the problem. They now have enough talent where you can see them beating A&M. You can see them beating Georgia, especially since we think it's the weakest Georgia team in 7 years. All right. I mean, you look at the Tennessee game, you look at a Florida State game, you look at an Ole Miss game, and you go, well, we can play with these teams. And if you can play with them, we all know you can beat them. But see, to me, I think it's certain games. Like if they lose to A&M, but Mark, if they beat Georgia,
Right.
all right, it's going to be really hard. I mean, the people that show up at Scott Strickland's home to tell him you have to make this decision, they're going to have to be staggeringly powerful. And it's going to have to be an unbelievable sum of money that they now say they're going to withhold from the program. And it's not just me backing up a point that I have believed all offseason and all year. But okay, I thought they were going to beat Texas. They did. Okay, great. To me, it's the cocktail party.
Oh, yeah. But here it is, David. And, my son's the biggest Georgia Bulldog fan out there. And he knows it's college football. He does. And he and I were texting on Saturday. And I just said to him matter-of-factly, I said, that team can beat Georgia.
Yes, they can.
That team that played on Saturday can beat Georgia.
Yes, they can.
I'm telling you right now.
Yes, they can. And that's the problem for all these Gator fans who want their coach replaced, okay, is that they may just do it. And then, man, oh, man, they'll have to collapse. Like Will Muschamp finally beat Georgia, and then they lost at home like 2 weeks later to an inferior team. And Jeremy, who desperately did not want to fire Will Muschamp, desperately believed in Will. Okay. And he just said to Will, I got to let you go. And Will said, I understand.
Which, by the way, quick sidebar, you mentioned Franklin and Penn State, and you're right, the $50 million buyout. But there's a lot of talk because that Franklin may just leave. And it's mutual. Now, I wouldn't, if I'm James Franklin, I'm not mutually leaving. If you fire me, it's $50 million. Are you out of your mind? But there is a lot of that talk brewing, that maybe it's just best that he steps down. I don't see it, but that talk is out there.
You got to have a place to go to, though.
Well,
and
that's
it can't be
that he would have a place to go to.
Right. And, we'll have time to talk about this, but where is that suitable place where it doesn't look like too much of a step down, if you know what I mean? Like a lot of people thought heading into this weekend, could we mention James Franklin in Florida in the same sentence? Okay. Now you can't do that. You can't get a Gator fan to go there.
No. And you couldn't get an LSU fan to go there either, for the record. Because they want him gone too.
They do.
They hate him.
They do, which is funny. They've lost one close game to Ole Miss this year. All right, they're ranked top 10, 12, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're a little overrated, but that's just me. I mean, the Clemson loss now looks like nothing.
Right.
So,
Right. Okay.
I mean, we'll see.
By the way, there are 15 undefeated teams in college football. Which one, according to the metrics, Mark, has the best chance to post the regular season donut, the 12-0 donut?
Got to be Miami.
It is not, Mark. They are the 5th best odds.
I can't say it would be an SEC team if we're saying that that's far and away the best conference.
It is not. Ole Miss given the best chances of the SEC teams at less than 9%. Texas Tech.
That's where I was going. That's where I was going. Game you were a little worried about in Houston, and they said, Houston. They destroyed them early.
Texas Tech, Ohio State, Memphis, Oregon. The 4 teams with a better analytical chance of going 12-0 than Miami. Take it with a pound of salt.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here. We work here. We're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the Diamond District. See what we've done.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what, Panda, we have, and you are right. You know, DC, after Memphis and Miami, I'm 2-1 going into Sunday, and I'm feeling really good. And then Houston just scored again, and the Chargers blew it at the end of the half. I was feeling good about the Charger game. Washington's doing nothing, roughing the kicker, long pass, tie game, and the Chargers chargered. I hate her. Done with her. Not anymore, DC. She got back together with her boyfriend, and I will never see her again. Damn it. I've got to find one, DC. Well, I think, Adam, the funny thing about Boone is that Boone wanted to go, when he went after Martinez when they won the series, and now, the broadcaster from the Jays there that ripped the Yankees about a month ago and said they're not a good team and pointed out all of the things they don't do well. And Toronto's on the verge of a sweep. I wonder who gets the last laugh there. Yes, it was Buck Martinez, DC. Yeah, and DTW, I think the chicken's the worst one. I'm not a spinach empanada guy. I like the chicken one's just not as much flavor as the beef one. Not as much fun stuff in there, but I get it.
No, Sonny.
No.
Yes, it was Buck Martinez who during the season said
we got
they were not a good team. No, I don't think Boone loses his job if they get beat.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Or is it? Man, things are nuts right now. 3 of the preseason top 5 in college football, they're not even ranked. The Baltimore Ravens are 1-4 and in trouble. I have a question.
And maybe the most important detail that we have not yet spoke of, David Moulton had a winning week. 5-3 for one David Moulton. 5-3.
It was 5-1 heading into the late Sunday games yesterday. Oh, man.
Lee Sterling still has a game pending. He has the Chiefs tonight. He is 3-1. He got his game of the week, right? And oh, by the way, that Miami-Carolina game that he gave you for free was his 40-unit play.
Was 45 units. He knocked it down to 40 once he found out Chubba Hubbard was out.
I texted him a congratulations after the game, and I know he was sweating it out, and I know his clients were probably sweating out, and he said, never a doubt, LOL.
Right.
Unfortunately for me, my mistress let me down. I went 2-3.
Now, hold on a second. We need to dig deeper, ladies and gentlemen. All right. His mistress, by the way, being the LA Chargers. Mark, a declaration was made off air before the show started. I was just curious if nearly 2 hours later, if the declaration still holds.
I'm done. Essentially, she slept with my best friend. I'm done with her.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm as sure as I've ever been.
There's a sound in your voice that leaves the door open to take her back.
Done.
This is forever. Done.
Forever's a long time, David.
I know it is. That's why you can't.
I'm done.
Okay. So that's it. By the way, you two were never married, you know?
No.
She kept like just teasing you along.
I don't even know if we ever truly dated. I was her late night booty call when she was broken up with whoever she was dating.
I'm going to say she could call you anytime, day or night.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So is this it?
It's over.
Even if they wear their powder blues, even if they get off to a good start and you've got that song playing in your head where the
over, David.
Superchargers.
It's not the song, by the way.
Okay.
And David has caught me in our NFL picks that we were just awful on.
Well, for goodness sakes, the home teams went 3-10 so far this week. I mean, this is nuts. Indianapolis, Carolina, and New Orleans. Carolina and New Orleans are 2 of the 3 wins.
We both had New Orleans.
I know we did.
I mean, we did. But it was an ugly week for Miller and Moulton, just picking straight up winners in the NFL. But David, we had 3 games that we differed on. And David won 2 of the 3. So we're back to square. And we both picked Kansas City tonight.
Right. Well,
man, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong so badly.
Oh, I'd love to be wrong. Oh, it'd be awesome. It would just be awesome. How nuts would this season be? We're 5 weeks into the season. A Jags win tonight, and the Ravens and Chiefs combined would be 3-7. And the Colts and the Jags would each be 4-1. How great would that be? Now that's fun. That's exciting. That's drama heading into the second part of the season. Or second quarter, really.
Yeah.
But so yeah. It's been raining off and on for days. It's going to rain off and on all day today in Jacksonville. I'll be curious if the surface is completely dry. Could rain all afternoon. So I'll be curious.
Pelican Roofing of Florida text line says to me, he was in her friend zone. Nothing more than her BFF. God, that hurts. And we all have been there. You know, the one that tells you, you know, I should date someone like you.
Right.
I keep getting my heart broken by all of these guys. You're always nice to me.
You know, my friends say that we should go out. And I don't know why we haven't gone out. Even my mother likes you, and she doesn't like most guys. Yep. Yeah. That's you. That's you, Mark, and the LA Chargers. Yep.
God, I know exactly who that girl is from high school, too.
Okay. So you're just saying that now the door is shut. When there's a knock on the door, the doorbell rings, and you look through the keyhole, you go, sorry, just can't do it anymore. When the late night phone call and you look and you know exactly who it is,
I got to block the number. There, you know, I couldn't do that back in the 80s. You didn't have that ability. I have that ability now. I am blocking the number, David.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you only knew how much it bothers him when he picks the Chargers, and it's one of his official picks, and they let him down.
I think the text in the group text was F the effing Chargers.
That's something along those lines, yes.
I believe that's what it was yesterday.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
No doubt. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. There's so much football to talk about, but I've got to give it 3 or 4 minutes. We all talk about great rivalries in sports, and we love rivalries, no matter what the sport, no matter who the teams are. You could argue at this moment in time that the biggest rivalry in sports is in a sport that a lot of you don't give a damn about. It's hockey, and it's the Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. They had like 74 ejections, 300 plus minutes in penalties, match penalties, dirty play, guys playing in preseason games that will not make the big club, that were going out trying to hurt guys that were going to make the big club. It was something.
Yeah, it's on. It was a fake rivalry for the first 20, 25 years of their joint existence. And let's face it, the Panthers were jealous of the Lightning because they
For
had
every reason. The Lightning have a great fan base, and they have a better fan base than the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers have one now because they've won back-to-back cups and went to one before that. But the Lightning have not a good fan base. I mean, they have generations now.
Yep.
Of fans. They have fathers who have run sons and daughters who are now old enough to bring their kids. They do. And I've been to NHL games in great venues. I'll put Tampa up against anybody for an in-game experience. You've been to the Garden. You've been to the Spectrum. You know, I've seen games in Pittsburgh. I've seen games in Detroit. I've seen them in a few other places. I'm telling you right now, Amalie Arena is right there with any place to see a game for a fan experience.
I don't think it's that anymore. I can't keep track of the corporate sponsors either. I don't think it's Amalie anymore.
Oh, that's right. They changed it again, didn't
they? They changed it, but
whatever.
Yeah, we know where they're playing. But yes, no, it's on now. Oh no, it's on now. What is it? 3 of the last 4 years in the playoffs? 4 of the last 5? Oh no, it's on now. Okay. You know, you went to your cups and you won a couple. We've went to our cups and we've won a couple all in the last 6 years. Oh, yeah. No, it's on now.
You've passed your prime. We're in ours.
Right.
And even now I've got Panther fans texting, fudge the Lightning. The Lightning is a dirty and sore. I mean, their grammar's gone right now. They're so angry. And I love it.
And I still love that Phil Esposito just calls them Miami. I just love that. Do they still just put that up on the scoreboard in Tampa? Is it still Tampa Bay and Miami? God, I loved when he did that. That's a rivalry. No, it's legit now. No, it's on.
Look, look. We're going to move on.
Well, Mark, it's a perfect cue. The NHL season starts tomorrow.
And we'll have Ben McDonald on to break down the season opening games.
For those that missed it late last week, they were promoting the start of the NHL season. They had 3 current Blackhawks. They had some former Blackhawks at the game. They were there. They're in their Cubs shirts, and they're celebrating the Cubs game. They put up, that's so-and-so of the Chicago Blackhawks, former Chicago Blackhawk. Okay, well, speaking of the Blackhawks, okay, they get the party started. They're in Florida, 5 o'clock Tuesday, October 7th, first Stanley Cup game of the season, first NHL game of the season, blah, blah, blah. And Ben McDonald was the analyst on the game, and the play-by-play guy just figures, he'll bring him in since he's been talking for 30 straight seconds. Okay. Ben, what do you think?
You going to be watching?
And he said, I guarantee you one thing. There's no chance I'll be watching that game. Why? What are you going to be doing? And he starts fumbling for things, but he goes, but I know what I won't be doing, and that's basically watching hockey.
Anything else. And then he said it was a joke after. No, It wasn't, Ben.
No, it wasn't a joke.
No, it wasn't.
No, you don't like hockey. Okay. You're a baseball guy from Louisiana doing Orioles games. We get it. You don't like hockey. A lot of people don't like hockey. Have you seen the ratings? You're not alone, Ben. But yes, it's on. And our NHL preview tomorrow, and we will have a guest, I promise.
By the way, texter's coming at me, picking up a pint of her favorite ice cream after she tells you her real boyfriend cheated on her again.
Right. I've missed you and all those things you've said to me. I think you're right. You're right. You have to block the call. You can't get into a conversation. You can't let her in the room.
He will go back, especially when he gets that late night text. You up? Can we talk? Oh, God, I hate me right now.
Just, what it'll take.
This has opened up a lot of wounds from a lot of years ago. I got to be really honest with you right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, all they have to do is go into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. And that's a booty call right there.
Uh-huh.
It's happening. It's on like Donkey Kong after that. Yep. EB in our Twitch chat room. Can we just hug? Do you mind if I hug you? You can't watch ever again. You know it. You're weak. You're vulnerable. If you watch her, you're attracted to her. You can't watch the Chargers anymore. That's really what it means. You know you're vulnerable. You need years to go by before you can see. We've all been there where enough time goes by that we run into somebody and the past feelings are no longer there. And you go, I'll be darned. I don't want to stab that person in the neck anymore.
21,000's the text line. If we had a phone number to give out, I'd give it out right now. DC in the chat room. Mark will definitely check her Facebook page after they win that game.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, little stalking going on here.
Yep.
Wonder
if she's moved. Yep.
Can we talk about the Dolphins, the K? Anything, please.
Hey, but it's good that we admit this to you. Okay, that's part of our charm here at Miller and Moulton. But what a football weekend. Good baseball weekend too, but what a football weekend. Man, oh man. The good, the bad, and the ugly of the football weekend is remarkable.
Well, Penn State's the ugly. And that's amazing after seeing what Baltimore did yesterday.
And how about Chapel Bill?
This is going well.
Oofta.
This is going well.
Is this kind of like when he lost Brady and he put the former Lions head coach, who's now working with a great defense at Ohio State, they put him in charge of the offense that one year? And people wonder why Mac Jones's career went in a handbasket. Please.
It is something. And we already knew they were going to be bad, but the Raiders are, I think, even worse than we expected.
Even Mr. Positive, Pete Carroll, came out after the game and he said, I did not see this coming. He goes, I thought we were going to win games right away. I thought we were pretty good. And look at it now. New England's 3-2. They just beat Buffalo. The Raiders are 1-4. Their only win in New England. Gotta love how a season evolves. Makes no sense, doesn't it? That's why we love it so.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Overreaction Monday, at least in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and the 239. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kerwin will join us at this time tomorrow on Miller and Moulton. No David Sampson tomorrow. Pat Kerwin, however, 24 hours from now. Can you humor me? All right. It's too early, I believe, to do the who's in, who's out if the season ended today and the playoffs started in the NFL. Because obviously it's a 17-game regular season. But college football is different. It's only a 12-game regular season. Can I just show you how much of a convoluted mess this is and likely will be 6, 7, 8 weeks from now? We got 3 unbeatens in the Big Ten. So obviously, Mark, if the playoffs started today, they'd have to be in, right?
Right. Yes. Yep.
You got 3 in the SEC, so they'd be in. But you have 2 in the Big 12 and 2 in the ACC. I'm just curious right now, do you think, because the second undefeated team in the Big 12 is BYU. The second undefeated team in the ACC is Georgia Tech. Do you think the committee, because right now the pollsters don't, Mark, Georgia Tech and BYU are behind a whole bunch of Big Ten and SEC teams who have lost games. And so I'm just curious, this snapshot in time today, do you think a team from those conferences would get in over Bama, Georgia, LSU?
You know, this is way too early for me.
Okay.
Way too early. And
Fair enough.
The reason is that, for instance, when we look at the Big Ten, Indiana and Oregon play this week.
Yep.
So we already know that what you're talking about a week from today is not the case anymore. We know that, and I don't have the SEC schedule as memorized. So I think there's a lot of these teams. I don't know if Ole Miss and A&M play one another. I don't think that they do. But it's not just the undefeated teams overall, David. When you look at the Big 12, Cincinnati and Arizona State are still undefeated in conference.
Iowa State's played a decent schedule, and they only have the 1 loss at Cincinnati this past weekend.
So we've got to sort out the conferences first, before we can get to, are these teams deserving of extra bids? I mean, the Canes appear to have a cakewalk ACC schedule, but they've only played 1 conference game.
Right. By the way, in a result that I don't think many people paid attention to, Virginia beat Louisville.
Virginia's 5-1, but they lost to NC State, and NC State sucks. No, they do. It's the most obnoxious 4-2 team in the country. They're not good.
By the way, A&M and Ole Miss do not play. Just you threw that out there.
But the SEC is going to be a problem for teams trying to get in the playoff.
Yeah.
And this is where Miller and Moulton have only been saying this for, I don't know if we said it the first 4 or 5 years we did a show together, David. But for damn near 15 years, we've hated polls in August, September, and early October. Because someone explain to me what LSU has done to deserve being ranked where they're ranked. They beat a bad Clemson team.
By the way, they're ranked 11th in the AP and 11th in the coaches.
They beat Louisiana Tech 23-7, by the way. They beat Florida, scored 20, and DJ Langway just turned it over again to LSU.
And a very late touchdown to get to 20. It was 13-10 late.
Southeastern Louisiana, and they lost to Ole Miss. They don't deserve to be ranked where they're ranked. They don't. There's no way you can tell me that their wins are any better. I mean, my goodness, Memphis has done better than they have.
And Memphis 12 spots below them in the polls.
I mean, South Florida beat Florida. And I know South Florida got whacked by Miami, but these rankings at this point of the season are ridiculous. And Adam pointed it out in the chat room. We said it last week. Gators beat Texas, keep on winning. They could go to Atlanta. Nobody thinks that'll happen. But the SEC is going to be a problem here because there are going to be, I think, a bunch of 2-loss teams and some pretty good teams that are going to have 3.
Well, last year, remember, the committee put IU and SMU in, even though they weren't conference champions, because they didn't have 3 losses. And the committee was sticking to the right-hand column. The smaller your number is, we're going to reward it. But, man, it looks to me, Mark, like the committee is going to have to put a 9-3 team in this year. Probably from the SEC, but we'll wait to see. Maybe the committee will get lucky and they can stick with the 10-2 and draw the line across the board. But that means they'll probably have to give a bid to the ACC or Big 12 at the expense of the SEC or Big 10.
It's why it's way down the road. I'm telling you right now, Georgia Tech's going to be a really big game.
Yeah.
A really big game.
Yeah. I mean, if Georgia doesn't make it to Atlanta, that could be a play-in game. That really could simply be, unless Georgia Tech's already secured a spot in Charlotte for the ACC title game, which obviously then if they win, they get the automatic. All right. But if Georgia's not in the SEC championship game, Georgia may need to beat Georgia Tech to get in.
And think about it from Tech's perspective. Let's just say they lose a game or they lose the ACC championship, but they beat Georgia the week before.
Right.
Keep them out.
Right.
Now, here, Oklahoma's ranked what, 6th right now, David?
I
believe they're ranked 6th. Here's the next run of games. This is what Oklahoma has coming up. This week, Texas.
They're an underdog, by the way.
The following week, South Carolina. While they've underperformed, it's in Columbia. That's not easy.
And we think Mateer is still out. We think he's missing Texas and South Carolina. Then we'll see.
Okay, then he comes back. They host Ole Miss. They go to Tennessee. A week off before they go to Alabama, and they finish with 2 home games. Missouri, who's played way over their skis this year, and by the way, maybe that quarterback should have stayed in Happy Valley, and LSU.
That's undefeated, Missouri.
So, look, let's just give Oklahoma 3 losses the rest of the way.
Oh,
Let's say 2 of them are when their quarterback, the guy that was going to win the Heisman before he got hurt, doesn't play. And then they play Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, LSU, and Ole Miss and they go 4-1. You keeping them out at 9-3?
Probably depends on the one. Did they beat Bama or lose to Bama?
So, I mean, I just think it's I know what you're saying, and I get it, but it is so early to start looking at, Alabama still has Tennessee, LSU, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and at Auburn. When does Alabama lose against Auburn?
Well, it ain't at home.
You're damn right it ain't.
They haven't lost at home to Auburn, I think, since 2007. I think Nick's first Iron Bowl, Tommy beat them. And I don't think they've lost at home since.
Georgia has to go to Auburn this week. They still have Ole Miss, Florida, at Mississippi State. Not as easy as it looked back in August. Texas and Georgia Tech. It says at Georgia Tech. It's a neutral site game in Atlanta. And Tech, you blew that. You took the money and you gave up a huge advantage.
By the way, I stand corrected because I'm doing my odds evens here. Alabama hosts the game in even years. So it was Mike Shula is coach in 2006. Last time they've lost at home to Auburn in the Iron Bowl. But Mark, I just brought it up. It is too early, but I just wanted to be able to do the playoff math. Remember, we're still at 12, and they can't agree on anything. And the countdown's about 55 days. I mean, right now, it's probably going to be 12 again next year. And so I'm just doing the math. All right? Because if Notre Dame wins out, they're going to get one of the 12 bids. And the winner of the American is going to get a bid. So really, there's only 10 spots available. And you start doing the math, and it's right now looking a lot more like 3-3-2-2 than it is 4-4-1-1.
And, the University of Michigan is going to raise their hand pretty soon and say,
Right.
What about us? Because their schedule is not that challenging. Michigan could throw a 10-2 up there.
Saturday night at the Coliseum is a monstrous game. With Penn State's demise, Michigan at USC, winner is putting their hand up in the air going, we're Big Ten number 4. Hello.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. This is how wild the weekend was heading into this week. I went 5-3 on my picks, and I can't get my facts straight even when I was at the game. Mark, I'm done going off the top of my head for the rest of the show because obviously I got to get some more sleep. I forgot about this.
In your own damn bed last night.
I know. Well,
you stayed up and watched the end of the Bills game, didn't you? Like me.
I did, and not only that, just the red eye thing. It just, yeah. Last time Alabama lost at home to Auburn was 2010. It was kind of a famous game in the Iron Bowl's history. The comeback, down 24-0 at the,
yeah,
right. Mm-hmm. Cam Newton to the late Philip Luxembourg, there, Luxenkirchen, right? Kind of a big deal on their way to the Natty. Anyway, so they've won 7 in a row, but anyway, it's been a while. That was a point Mark was trying to make. He made it effectively. I did not.
So there's just a lot to sort out in both the Big Ten and the SEC, not to mention that the ACC, we still have no idea. Georgia Tech looking like they're right now the second best team, but they have a lot of games left to play.
Yep.
Virginia holding their hand up going, hey, what about us?
Right. So.
And I'm even for that last bid, that group of 5 bid, no one has a clue what's going to happen in the American. South Florida doing their part.
Yeah.
Memphis looks really good. Tulane looks really good. So and then the
looks good. Yep.
Right. Then the Big 12, you're sitting there with 4 undefeated teams in the conference, Iowa State with 1 loss. And I got to hand it to Cincinnati. Whatever. I picked the game. I looked at it. I wondered all week, why is Cincinnati favored? You know why? They're pretty good. That's a nice little football team. And I get it. Frost just got on the scene in Orlando. There's been injuries, but look how far behind the 8 ball UCF is in that conference compared to the other teams that jumped in the Big 12 with them, David.
What do we have? Like 16 teams in the Big 12? I thought I saw somebody did a Big 12 ranking this morning and had them 14th. 14th. By the way, quick sidebar. I worried about this publicly for a year. I hope I'm wrong. Did you hear what Deion came out and said yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Listen, not a doctor, not trying to pretend like I know anything about medicine besides if my doctors and nurses tell me to do something, I do it. And my mom's a nurse and I've listened to her my whole life. That's it. That's all I know about medicine. All right. But altitude is not good for circulation. And Deion's got circulatory issues. And I always wondered, is Colorado, can that be a long-term place for him, or does he just need to move somewhere for his own physical health? And Deion, after the game, is like, I'm in agony. I think I've got blood clots and circulatory issues again because this is how I felt months ago. And I'm very the heck Deion, the coach. Okay. I mean, Deion hasn't even reached 60 yet. Okay. Just very worried about Deion Sanders. And I don't know, Mark, if he can do this Colorado thing.
Well, not just the Colorado thing. I don't know if he can coach anywhere.
I don't know either.
To be perfectly honest,
yeah.
Because he was basically having to take a shoe off and he was on one foot for the second half of the game. I mean, you just worry about the guy's health.
He's lost 2 or 3 toes already to poor circulation. He obviously just had a cancer battle. The Buffaloes are probably not going to a bowl this year. Who cares? Right now, Deion needs some.
They got to win a conference game. I mean,
it's tough. They play. By the way, that was a bad beat. having Colorado on 13.5 and TCU with a last-second touchdown to win by 14. Hello. That was a bad
Another
beat.
big lead. They had a lead in that one, too. It's a couple leads they've blown in Colorado. But, I don't know. Would we think differently of Cincinnati if they had beaten Nebraska? They lost a close one in the season opener
at Arrowhead,
Nebraska. Yeah.
And a lot of people thought they outplayed them for much of the game, and Nebraska kind of hammered and egged a win. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the Big 12 is an interesting conference because, Baylor, who was one of the teams that was thought to be good, they're hanging around 2-1. I don't know if anybody runs the table other than Texas Tech, which, by the way, over the weekend announced another big-time 5-star recruit is coming to Texas Tech. And you know why they're going to Texas Tech? Because Texas Tech pays, and they pay well.
I think it was a big old defensive tackle that chose Texas Tech over all the other traditional powers.
Right.
Yeah. This is another reason why we hate the rankings. And we'll get back to the NFL here in a few moments, promise. But, Mark, right now, do you know how many teams in the Big Ten, all right, have wins over teams that are currently ranked in the top 25?
Oh, let's see. Well, obviously,
remember who fell?
Yeah, I know.
Right. With Penn State,
Indiana.
There you go.
They beat Illinois.
Correct. You don't have to think much longer.
Is that it?
That is it. Big Ten teams who currently have wins over teams that are ranked in the top 25. Now, we all know Ohio State's really good. Okay. But
I think they're deserving of the,
right.
I would rank Miami number 1 based on their resume. I would. But I have no issue with Ohio State being ranked number 1, if you know what I mean.
Right. Now, Washington was ranked at the time Ohio State beat them. That is another thing that I hate about the rankings. So let me get this straight. They were ranked. We beat them. Now they're just outside the top 25. We don't get credit for that. We're the reason why they're no longer ranked.
You called it and you had Maryland in the points. They were lucky to win that football game. Boy, Maryland let one slip away.
They were up 20-0.
I know.
20-3 in the fourth. Yeah. But obviously, when Oregon went to Penn State and won 9 days ago, did we all consider that a win over a ranked team? Of course. Of course. A heavyweight matchup. And then Saturday happens. So now that doesn't count for Oregon. The Ohio State win over Texas doesn't count. Really? It was a battle of 1 versus 2, I recall. Right. So this is also part of the problem with the whole rankings.
And where it's going to be a problem with me is in a couple of weeks when the committee puts their first rankings out and they're going to look identical to the AP poll because they always do. And I will say, not just to take a shot, and I did not look at Bud Elliott's playoff predictions, but I read about 4 different articles yesterday as I was watching NFL football, looking at playoff rankings. And none of them had A&M hosting or as one of the 4 buys. And I'm like, I know based on past A&M, and they may end up doing A&M things again. But at this moment in time, how do you look at Texas A&M and not have them as one of the 4 teams getting a bye? I'm sorry. What's a better win? I guess Ole Miss at home against LSU is a better win than A&M on the road at Notre Dame. I don't get it. I just don't get it. By the way, Ole Miss struggled with Kentucky. A&M's beaten Auburn. And they struggled a bit, but look at the sheet from the game. They dominated every single aspect of that game. And Mississippi State, who took Tennessee late, got their doors blown off by A&M. I don't know what A&M has to do. They are They are the Rodney Dangerfield of college football right now, David. Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Me too, Johnny Mac. I saw, and it was like a message board thing, so I don't buy it completely, but it did kind of back up what I've been saying to you guys for a while. Lane's comfortable at Ole Miss. They've got their NIL together. Those that think he's going to Gainesville are mistaken. Apparently the wife likes it there, all of those things. So I found it interesting. Again, it was I don't know about a message board, but it was a fanboy type website, if you will. So I don't buy it completely.
Fly Panda, who's the two Hall of Fame players? I'm assuming you're talking about Brady and the Bucks. Who's the other second Hall of Famer on offense besides Evans?
It's funny though, Wes. I mean, I know Spurrier was one of theirs, but why don't you? Because it's the same guy.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's right. Gronk came back with the Bucks. Yep. Definitely.
You know, it's not really certainly on a Monday worth bringing up, but this whole Gruden against the NFL case, they're going to get to discovery.
He keeps winning.
Every time.
They won. NFL won one early 2-1 ruling, and it looked like it was going to derail the case. And Gruden appealed, and he's won everything since. By the way, what's his face? Flores is also winning.
But the Gruden one, has a lot more meat on the bone for what it could show how the sausage is made, if you will.
Oh, yeah. If you were Arkansas, you'd hire Gruden?
Yeah. If I were the Dolphins, I'd hire Gruden.
It's funny. I'm the Dolphins. I think I'd want to hire Flores.
Well, I mean, think of it. The D coordinator in Denver is the guy that used to be the head coach, right?
Right.
They
I
brought
know.
him back, and he's. I mean, that they didn't. Bo Nix was great in the fourth quarter. Don't get me wrong. They won that game because the defense completely shut the Eagles down. That kid can the kid can rush. They got but Benito or whatever. He's
Benino there, yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
legit pass rusher.
Oh yeah,
legit. And then you got Surtain. I mean that's
that Eagles offensive line hasn't looked like that in a while.
no.
Like 3 years. Yeah. No, that was a great win.
I think I don't think it would ever happen, Wes. I don't think it would ever happen. Let's pump the brakes, Adam. Let's get them through a year.
Yeah. I mean, come on, 13 turnovers in 4 games.
And look at the. I mean, it's like someone earlier said the Lions D's back. They've played the Bengals and Browns in consecutive weeks.
Right.
Let's just pump the brakes.
By the way, that one Lions corner's like, can I not play against Jamal Chase for a while? Woo-wee. That's a long day at the office right there.
Well, I mean, you said it all along. They were going to win, right, Michael? Oh, no, that's right. You said they were going to get blown out all week.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Great win for the Bucs. Awful loss for the Dolphins. Any chance, I believe, of them playing meaningful games, Thanksgiving and beyond, ended in Charlotte yesterday. Had to get that W. Had to. And Mark, you're right. Man, their run defense is embarrassing. Even the Jets, who played from behind most of that game, Jets ran it right down their throat. Their run defense is awful.
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 Great win for Denver in Philadelphia. Great win for the Patriots. Oh, my goodness. And Drake May looks like he can play. It's year 2. It's early. I know. But, man, he made some throws last night in which you're like, I'll be darned.
David, just quickly on that. The Miami Dolphins have played 5 games.
Right.
They are allowing an average of 174 rushing yards against. Now, the Bears aren't much better. They're at 164. The next closest team is in the 140s.
Yeah, it's not good. No, and it's getting worse.
By the way, Baltimore is one of those teams in the 140s.
Uh-huh.
Baltimore.
Yep.
We talked about the big run stuffer when he was out and Detroit beat him up with their good running game. And we're like, all right. And then is he gone for the year? He's now gone for the year. You can't replace guys like that in the NFL at this time of the year. You just can't do it.
No, it's tough to find those big dudes who can play at any point in time, never mind in October and beyond. Can we just go back to Arizona? We addressed it in the starting 5, but that was nearly 2 hours ago. By now, we're assuming most of you saw the debacle. A top 5 turning a win into a loss of all time. What the Arizona Cardinals did yesterday. Not only
it's the second time it's happened this year because Indianapolis did the same thing against the Rams.
But Arizona trumped it because then they had a 9-point lead and they picked off the pass with under 5 minutes to go. And on the interception return, the guy falls, loses the ball. The two players closest to the ball are Arizona Cardinals. They collide, and the ball squirms forward 10 yards into the end zone where a Titan falls on it. So a pick with a 9-point lead turns into, and it was a pick. I mean, it was officially an interception. Turns into a fumble recovery for a touchdown for Tennessee. They're down 2. They kick a last-second field goal. They win. This is an epic loss. By the way, it's also the third straight week the Cardinals have lost on a last play of the game field goal. So they are reeling right now. But, Mark, what do? The kid who slowed down at the 20 and is coasting into the end zone and flips the ball out of his hand at the half-yard line, which would have cemented the game. They were up 21-6 with 13 minutes to go. Would have been 28-6. The game's over. Come on, it's the Titans. They're terrible. All right. And we just explained what happened. They end up losing. You're down running backs. Connor's out for the year. This guy's been on your team now. This is the third year. He knows the offense, the whole deal. You really can't afford to cut him.
No, and David, I originally said, and I said it yesterday, and I backed it up today, that I would cut him. I didn't think about a couple of things. So I'm going to change my mind, and I apologize if it makes me sound like a hypocrite. I'm guilty. The reason I wouldn't cut him, however, is that he was on their opening day roster. If they cut him, he still gets paid for this year. And I'm not paying him to sit at home. I'm going to fine him. If I'm allowed to fine him for play detriment, I don't know what rules are to fine a player. I'm fining him whatever I can fine him. And I may demote him to the practice squad.
All right. Well, that affects how much he gets paid. Okay, that does.
Cut him, he's going to get paid, right?
Yes, the contract's guaranteed, but I thought when you go
week one roster, right?
Yeah.
And I'll have to ask Pat about that tomorrow. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. I can't comprehend it.
It's not a lot of money, though. This is a backup / third string running back. This is like one of the last 10 guys on the team, even though this is his third year. I mean, I think this game was the first game he had carried the ball this year. I mean, he's had 89 carries in his 3 years in Arizona. That's it. I mean, this is like the last running back on the active roster type of guy. But you are shorthanded at the running back position.
Yes.
Have not seen an NFL coach yell at a player on a sideline with that much ferocity in a while.
And now Arizona, who could have been 3-2, tied for second in the division with everybody else. 1 4-1 team, a bunch of 3-2 teams. Now they're 2-3 in what looks like it's going to be, I don't know about the best division, but maybe the most competitive division in the National Football League. They go to the Colts this week. They host the Packers before their bye.
Yeah, right. I mean, it looks a lot different if you're 3-2 and you're like, man, if we can get one of these, just go to the bye at 4-3 and regroup. Right. Mm-hmm. Now it's like they better get one of those, or else they'll be 2-5, and that's a 5-game losing streak, also, by the way, at the bye. Mm-hmm. But wow, an epic loss. I know it's the Arizona Cardinals, and the only thing I'm thinking as it's happening is how many people at Arizona in their elimination pools and leagues.
I'm one of those that takes the game on the board. I don't strategize week to week. I don't start looking ahead. I'm in 2. One, the big one that started week 1, I'm still alive. I had the Colts. The other one that I'm in, I took Arizona. We're done there. So good luck to everybody else in that pool. I wish you the best.
Right. But best win of the week so far in the NFL? Is it Denver? Is it New England?
No, it's I mean, New England's great and a very good win. I'll give them a ton of credit for going on the road and beating Buffalo. But Denver, who has suffered so many close losses already this year, now, I mean, after what the Chargers did yesterday, And if the Chiefs were to beat the Jags, which they're expected to, we're sitting with a three-way tie on top of that division. Fortunately for the Broncos, the Chargers chargered. They did it against the Giants, and they did it yesterday against Washington. Late in the first half, they're leading. They go to block the punt. They miss the punt, roughing the punter. Oh, yeah, by the way, they ran the punt back for a touchdown. Instead, 15-yard personal foul. Chargers go down and score. Game's tied at half, and the Chargers disappeared in the second half.
That was such a nifty punt return, too. He breaks a tackle. He's going down the sideline. Then he cuts it back in. Then he's one-on-one with the punter. He makes a juke on the punter. The punter literally falls down, and he hurdles him. I mean, it was a spectacular touchdown. But you knew it was coming back. I, by the way, think the best NFL win of the week is still the Niners on Thursday night with backups everywhere, beating the Rams, who I still think is a very good team.
Hey, and I think you're right on all of those. Don't discount what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers went and did.
Oh,
David, you've done a ton of games in Seattle. Your Thursday night football career at Fox seemed to live in Seattle.
Yeah.
But I say that because
Yep.
not many people have been to Seattle games out there. Not all of us. If we travel, Seattle's usually not a tourist destination for most of us. And that's a tough place to play. That's a tough atmosphere. And the Bucs finally get a big takeaway, and that's the difference in the game as teams are going up and down the field, scoring at will. And Levante David gets the interception, and the Bucs get out with a win.
They got some pressure on the quarterback now. He had to blitz to get it, but it was the pressure on the quarterback that threw the pass that got intercepted, and the defense made a play. Were you okay, by the way? It was a throwback uniform day. You know, Bucs and Seahawks, they came in a league together. They don't play each other that often. They hadn't played that often in Seattle. Were you okay with the two throwbacks?
I was fine with it. Seattle, to me, is like Oregon. I never know what the hell they have on. I really don't. I find it to be the worst color combination in the league.
Gotcha.
So it's just one of those that doesn't ever look good to me.
All right.
I will say, since my daughter has kind of sat with me and watches football from time to time, she was confused by the Bucs unis because she's not seen the throwbacks very often. She's like, what are they wearing?
Well, this was before I met your mother, honey.
So, yeah, I mean, the Broncos winning on the road and how they won, what they did to the Eagles impressed me.
The Eagles do have a second half problem on offense. Remember, a new offensive coordinator. And I don't know if we're taking that into account enough with their passing game issues late. They made enough plays to beat the Rams late. They did not complete a pass in the second half against the Bucs, despite winning. All right. They didn't do much throwing the ball in the second half yesterday, despite playing the whole second half with the lead.
And can I just ask everybody out there a question? And I would love your answers in the chat room or on the text line 21,000. Is there a more annoying coach in football right now than Sirianni?
Oh, look at you.
He's perfect for you, Philly. And I don't even know if that's true, because I don't look at Philadelphia fans as punks. They're obnoxious. They're mean. They're borderline rotten. Sirianni has that kind of that punk. Well, the phone just started because that Sirianni had Siri do something there. So, he has that punk look about him. And Dolphin fan, you could vote for your guy because he's annoying too.
I will say, Mike McDaniel also looks like an unmade bed. Okay. I mean, if you were working security at the game, tell me you wouldn't stop him and be like, I'm sorry, sir, what are you doing on the sideline? I'm the coach. Sure you are. Can I see your credential, please?
And I don't believe it.
Right.
I'm on my radio right now calling. I've got this guy here says he's got a sideline pass.
Right.
Can I get somebody down from the Dolphins to verify this? Because I don't think this guy belongs out here.
Sir, I just need you to stand still. I need to take your picture. I need to forward it to somebody. Right. Just. So Sirianni's bothering you, huh?
A lot.
Has your rooting against the Eagles bother you that much?
Well, I've never been. There's only one Philly team that I've always kind of liked. I've always kind of liked the Phillies for whatever reason. I've never been a hate Philly team guy. Like, I'm not against Philly teams, but I like the Phillies. I like that baseball team. I do. Hope they win today. Want to see this series go 5. But Sirianni, he's on my annoy me list coaches in all sports, college, pro, right across the board. He's got that Coach K in him that he just looks like a whiny little you-know-what.
Okay.
I mean, McDaniel just looks like a nerd.
Oh, well, yes.
He looks like they took him off Big Bang Theory and said, how about you coach the team? Like, what would be better casting? McDaniel coming in, I know Big Bang Show's done, him being, the new scientist on that show, or him playing a football coach?
Right. No, you could, if that was a Jeopardy question, he would certainly fit more the Big Bang Theory than NFL head coach. I'm just curious at his next stop when he's an offensive coordinator, will he stick with the run? He played with the lead for a good chunk of yesterday. Why did he stop running the ball? Could you help me out with that? After he won for the first time the week before by doing what?
Running the football.
I just.
By the way, I know, their season's over and all that, but Darren Waller looked really good yesterday.
Oh, I know.
That's 2 games in a row.
It is.
He's looked really good. And
Yeah.
he was hurt in the year. Oh, he's going to be injured all year. Hey, he may end up. I know he's been injury prone, but damn it, he's looked good.
Yes, he has. Yes. And I have dogged the Dolphins all camp for signing him. He didn't participate in the camp at all, missed the first 3 games of the year. Last 2 weeks, looks like the guy who was in the Raiders 2019, 2020.
100%.
He looks tremendous these last 2 weeks.
I'm guessing he's still available as a roster spot if you play fantasy. Not a lot of other guys to throw it to.
I mean, who knows, Mark? Maybe they can get like a 5th-round pick for him in a month when they're unloading everybody who's making money on the roster.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know they're not around here, and I know no one cares, but like I get big box stores closing and the way we do business is different. What did Rite Aid do wrong? I mean, everybody's at the pharmacy getting drugs. CVS can't build enough locations. Walgreens can't build enough locations, and Rite Aid is done. 63 years, done. I mean, there must be some bad business practices there.
Guess there's not enough room for three. Michael, your Broncos should win their next 5.
How did I miss that? Thank God I looked this up. Huh, how did I miss that one? Yeah, but he's David's right. He's there till the Georgia game now.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible he gets if he were to lose to A&M but lose at home to Mississippi State?
Yeah, he'd get fired.
He would get fired.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on an Overreaction Monday. We've got Monday Night Football tonight. Very interesting game. Chiefs, are they back? Then again, Mark, it's kind of like you're questioning LSU and their resume because they went to Clemson and won. And you're like, yeah, but now look at what that means. It's kind of like Ohio State beating Texas. Kind of like Oregon beating Penn State, right? I mean, what did the Chiefs do? Oh, they beat the Ravens. Yeah, they just lost 44-10 at home to Houston. Are we sure they're back? That's a fair question, isn't it?
It is. It is. They
Chiefs,
beat the Giants and the Ravens.
Right.
And, okay, you think the Ravens, but the Ravens are one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Points allowed, they might be the worst.
I can't imagine somebody's giving up. They're giving up, what, 35, 36 a game?
Right.
I mean, it's tough when you're giving up 34 and change and your average goes up after the next home game. But so that'll be interesting. The Jags, who have forced 13 turnovers in 4 games and are running the football, I believe heading into this week 5, they were 3rd in the league in rushing yards per game. I think they led the league in other rushing categories, but to me, rushing yards per game, they were 3rd in the league entering week 5 play. So they're forcing turnovers on defense. They're running the football on offense. They'll be at home if that matters anymore. By the way, home teams are 3-10 this week in the NFL. 3-10. And 2 of those wins are by the Panthers and the Saints. Home field advantage.
Nothing like it in the NFL. I will say, Miller and Moulton, we're wrong about a lot. We were ahead on this one. We've been telling people that home field doesn't mean diddly.
No.
The only sport now in the playoffs, it's a little different, but still not what it was. The only sport, and we've been on this for 5+ years. We've said for at least that long, we think there's one sport left where home field advantage still means a lot. College hoop.
Yep.
Because we think they influence calls.
No doubt about it. I think the home team gets 6 points because of officiating at home in college hoop. Absolutely. And I've done thousands of college hoop games. You can't convince me otherwise. Stats may say different. I don't believe it. Don't believe it for a second. I think to go on the road and beat somebody in college hoops, you got to be 10 points better that night.
But we'll talk about college hoop another day. Maybe, like March. That's not true. The Big East plays at 6:30. I want to talk about it sooner than that.
I was going to say, come on now.
The Johnnies are supposed to be good, and they'll have a bunch of 6:30 games.
Yes, they will. You'll get a bunch of bunch of Rick Pitino at 6:30 on FS1. You'll be very happy.
Damn right I will be.
I think the season begins 4 weeks tonight, by the way. College hoops. Hockey tomorrow night. Season underway. And beginning next year, hockey will have begun last week.
Because that's what we need is hockey in September.
Major League Baseball in March, NHL in September. 2 things that the sports fan is absolutely craving.
Can't get enough of it.
Yep. And by the way, they're going to 76. Just going right past 72. They're going straight to 76. They'll have it official here Probably before the season tips off.
By the way, isn't 76 where they're going to go in college hoop, right? That's you mean?
That's what I was talking about, yeah.
So 80,
Yep.
yeah, that's right. 84 in hockey they're doing?
Oh, yeah, they're adding 2
Okay.
regular season games.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we need more regular season hockey and hoop. Yeah,
Okay.
no question about it.
Monday Night Football tonight, though. Chiefs and Jags.
Yep.
The Jags getting 3.5 at home. They've been turning teams over better than anybody in the league. Pat Kerwin was on the field last week for that Chiefs-Baltimore game. The one thing he said is he really liked the way that the Chiefs' tackles are progressing. But now we look at that and see the way Baltimore's defense is playing and how much credit are we giving the Chiefs' offensive tackles. That seems to be, and I know, David, you're ready. You've done your statistical work for tonight's game. Don't know how much you've talked to the guy that you work for, but that seems to be a pretty big matchup tonight. How do the tackles do against the Jags, who have had a pretty good pass rush this year? And the Chiefs, who, Spag's a great defensive coach. He's going to do everything he can to force Trevor to beat him. Jags have run the ball really well this year. David just gave you the numbers. So, you know what Kansas City's going to attempt to do defensively to Jacksonville. They're going to try to stop the run. Okay, birthday boy. That's Trevor Lawrence, by the way. 26 today. This one may be on you. And you've not played well this year. They've won in spite of you, not because of you. I know the receivers have dropped a lot of balls. That you've not gotten help from your wideouts. But you miss a minimum of 3 passes that an NFL quarterback should be making every game. And I know you were going back and forth on Friday with Troy as he was breaking down the film, and, I'm guessing the quarterback in the booth is going to be a little critical of the quarterback on the field if he's missing those throws tonight.
Well, I do think he's the most honest analyst in terms of assessing quarterbacks, probably because he's got an expertise in it. He demanded a lot from himself. He demands a lot from receivers and how they run their patterns, and he has no problems pointing that out, at least of the NFL analysts. Just some interesting. Mahomes is probably more inaccurate this year than he has been maybe in his career. All right. He's barely over 60% completion percentage. And if you look in past years, this is one of his lowest. Yet, I believe, Mark, he only has the 1 interception, and that was Travis Kelce's fault against the Eagles. I mean, it hit him right in the hands and bounced off and was picked off at the goal line, I believe. So Mahomes and the Chiefs are not turning it over. At least Mahomes is not. Now, there's going to be rain throughout the day today in Jacksonville. Don't know if we'll play the game under rainy conditions. And obviously, if so, which team will be able to hold on to the ball. We all have our stats that we like about certain players, and the numbers for Mahomes are ridiculous. Of all the research that ESPN did, Mark, I just want to throw this one out there. There is not a single quarterback in the history of the NFL since they started tracking quarterbacks since 1950. There's not a single quarterback in the NFL who has a winning record when their team is trailing at any point in the game by 10 or more points. It's another reason why you're so angry at the Chargers today. They're up 10-0 and driving. And you're like, how do you lose this game? Because a second score is a big deal. You're in control of the game. You can dictate it on both sides of the ball. For quarterbacks who have 15 or more games that they've played in, where they've trailed by double digits at some point in the game, there's not a single quarterback in the history of the league who has a winning record, except Patrick Mahomes, when trailing by 10 or more points. Otto Graham is the closest at 8-10-1. Tom Brady's winning percentage when the Patriots got down by 10 or more points was under 38%. Joe Montana's winning percentage was 37%. 36 times Mahomes and the Chiefs have trailed by 10 or more points in a game. He's 19-17 in those games.
I will say, Trevor Lawrence has not been accurate, but like you pointed out, neither is Mahomes. Right now, there are only two quarterbacks that have thrown a pass this year that Trevor Lawrence has a better completion percentage than. Cam Ward from Tennessee and Joe Flacco. That's not good company.
No, it's not.
Mahomes is only better than 6 quarterbacks. The two I mentioned, obviously Trevor Lawrence, Jaden Daniels, Russell Wilson, and Bryce Young.
Two of the guys that you've mentioned have already lost their jobs.
Right.
So if you take a look at the numbers, Mahomes isn't going to turn the ball over, but keep him in the pocket. And he's been surprisingly, by his elite Hall of Fame legendary status, this is as off target as he and that offense have been since he took it over in 2018.
And thus far, the Jacksonville defense has been excellent. They've been really good at stopping the run. I don't think the Chiefs run the ball all that well. But now that Worthy's back and you got Hollywood Brown, what does that do with their passing game? And how do the Jags match up?
And is tonight a coming out game for Travis Hunter? And if so, which side of the ball? If you're rooting for the Jags tonight, Mark, and tonight's going to be a big game for Travis Hunter, but only on one of the two sides that he plays on, which side would you prefer it be?
Defense. Let him get a takeaway for you. Let him do something to stop Worthy. If he's going to match up, I don't know how they're going to play Kansas City defensively, if they're going to man up in certain people, but let him make sure that it's just underneath stuff, because I do like what Jacksonville's done in getting people to make turnovers. And let's see how those Chiefs tackles play against what's a better line than what the Ravens have right now. It is. Ravens defense is awful. Numbers prove it.
So there you have it. Monday Night Football. Chiefs by 3.5, over under 45.5. Basically, Vegas is saying, give or take a half point, it's a 24-21 game.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons you need the ticket, DTW. I hate to say it. I've never had more games on at once that were that all kind of mattered than I did Saturday. You got the Penn State game going on. You got Florida, Texas, Alabama, Vandy's still a game. I'm watching my Spartans choke. The baseball game's on. And then you had Louisville and Virginia. I had literally had 7 games, and they were all good games. Once the baseball game got out of hand, I put another football game on. It was a great Saturday.
Well, one game wasn't competitive. The other game was till the end.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. And we'll talk hockey, at least for a segment. NHL season gets underway.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah,
We're
come
really
on.
gonna talk. We're
Come
really going to do that? Are you?
Yeah. Yeah. Panthers are playing. Two-time defending Cup champs. Absolutely. We're going to do hockey. It's not our fault. The NFL schedules the seasons. Seasons are so damn long.
All right. But does anybody really care?
Well, I think Panther fans care. I think Lightning fans care. Okay.
All right.
You'll be surprised. Come on now. I mean, your Wings aren't playing, are they?
David, I don't know. I'm sure. I think there's only those 3 games. So.
Right. At 5, 8, and 10:30 or something like that. Listen, I'm not saying I'm going to watch tomorrow night, even though my team's one of the 6 playing. I didn't say that. I just said, hockey season's getting underway, and we're hockey guys. A segment. We got 12. A show. We'll do one segment on hockey.
Gotcha. All right. So if we can do one segment on hockey, can we just do a quick minute or two about what the hell happened in Indianapolis over the weekend?
Oh, you mean Mark Sanchez?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I mean, it's disturbing.
I'm a little surprised he hasn't been fired yet. Okay, I am. I thought that was going to happen yesterday. The incident happened Friday night, right? Word started to come out late afternoon, Saturday evening is when the word came out.
I may have been like Friday night, but actually early Saturday morning, after midnight, if you know what I mean. But yes.
So word was coming out Saturday afternoon. By Saturday night, even though he was in critical condition, okay, and they had to perform surgery on him, and now he's stable, they arrested him.
What I didn't know, because in the state of Florida, if you assault someone over the age of 65, it's a felony. At this point, there are just misdemeanor charges against Mark Sanchez.
Right. He's facing 3 misdemeanors, 2 of which you could see that, they will get no jail time for. One was he got in the guy's truck. Okay. But he assaulted him. I mean, it's pretty... It looks pretty cut and dried. Take a look at the guy's pictures in the hospital bed.
Did I mention the guy was 69 years old?
Right. And what's Sanchez, like 38?
Right.
Right.
And he's 6'3", 230 pounds. I mean, he's not a small human.
And he's 30 years younger.
Right.
This is when you know it's bad. Obviously, we weren't there to say something that's conclusive, we don't know the facts, blah, blah, blah. The guy used pepper spray on Sanchez, and that wasn't enough. Have you ever been pepper sprayed?
Thankfully, no.
Yeah, it sucks.
You've been pepper sprayed?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Inadvertently. I had nothing to do. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't in a complication with cops or what have you. Inadvertently.
Sure.
Okay. I've never been arrested. Okay. Never.
So the one thing, and we don't know all the details, but Fox was aware of all the details by the time they went on air.
Uh-huh.
And to have 2 different shows essentially read the same prepared statement and read it as if it was off the cuff. I mean, the wording was such, we're still trying to wrap our head around this. I mean, it was, I don't know.
Translation, we really don't want to have to fire him. We like him. Okay. The job's important, but not super important. I mean, it's the number 3 analyst on the NFL. I mean, do you know who the number 3 analyst is for CBS on the NFL? By the way, the answer is Trent Green. But we just like him. We're based in L.A. He played for USC. We like the guy. We don't want to have to fire him.
USC and then the Jets.
Right.
These are two rather large markets.
Right. So we don't want to fire him. We just demoted Mark Schlereth to promote Mark Sanchez a couple years ago. It's a bad look. We really don't want to have to fire him. They're going to have to fire him.
And now he will be known for more than the butt fumble.
Yes.
I mean, think about what you have to do to
be known for something other than the butt fumble.
Right.
Right. Uh-huh.
Still want to know more about doing wind sprints in the alley before this happened. Of all of the things that were said, there are
so
reports
much
that he was doing wind sprints
right
in the alley before he attacked this guy.
Okay, he appeared intoxicated, and I'm thinking, oh, come on, it's got to be more than intoxicated. I mean, you're attacking a 69-year-old guy because he was parked somewhere you didn't want him parked. Besides, do you work in the parking lot? Also, why does this bother you? There's so much about this I want to get to. I do want to do the interview with him. I do. Okay, it'll be his last 10 minutes of fame. Okay, and I want to do it. Okay, but I want to look at him and go, are you sure this wasn't meth? I mean, come on. I've never been around anybody, I don't think, with meth, but we do this segment called The Good, Bad, and Ugly, and my co-host reads these stories all the time, and this sounds like right out of those meth stories.
Are really you sure? Does.
I mean,
it really does.
Right.
And maybe a little Peruvian marching powder. I don't know.
Right. Come on now. I mean, there's no way on, Mick Ultra that, that this happened. There's no way. I don't care if there were 37 of them. Come on. He pepper sprayed you and you didn't stop.
Right.
You then came after him again. By the way, that's not a 10-second wipe your eyes and go right back at somebody. This isn't like next play.
I love our texters, David. Texter, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Pepper sprayed in police academy. Took me like 4 to 5 hours to be able to see worth a damn.
And he gets back up and goes after the guy to the point where the guy had to stab him multiple times because he feared for his life. I mean, what the heck?
So I think we could do the whole show today and just completely bypass it because that one leapt off of the sports page to one of the lead stories on the news page.
I mean, he hasn't even been placed on leave, right? I mean, they haven't said anything about any discipline. Nothing.
No.
I mean, no, I expect he'll be fired today. I do. And they're based out of Los Angeles, so it may take a few more hours. But, I mean, as Burgess Meredith once said, what are we waiting for?
I'm with you.
I mean, come on. You can't put this guy back on the air.
Oh. No.
I mean, come on now.
I'm with you, though. There is the one interview that I'm looking forward to.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. I want the interview. And this is not going to be a short one either. No. Mark, we got to talk.
Right. This is, this is like the Charlie Sheen documentary that I'm looking forward to watching. I need 30 minutes with this guy.
Right. So you got into town on Friday, right? What'd you do? You got off the airplane. Let's take us through this. You got into town Friday, right? Yeah, okay. This incident happened Friday night, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, just take us through. Did you get picked up at the airport? Was it a limo? Uber driver? Okay. The airport's about 15 to 20 minutes to downtown. Where were you staying?
I just want the toxicology report.
Yeah.
I want to know what was in the system.
Right.
That's what I want to know.
I want him to tell us, though, before we go, well, I got some paperwork here. I just want to, and also, how long would he go before he goes, I don't remember?
I think that's going to be his story, and he's going to stick with it.
How early in the night? 9 o'clock? 10 o'clock? At what point? Okay. And then, because once he says, I don't remember, Mark, then you and I start going, well, according to the police report.
Well, and your bar tab at whatever that pub was,
Right.
it appears that you had 14 Jaeger bombs. What
Right.
was it?
Right.
Miller and Moulton. Today was the day when the good, the bad, and the Sanchez. All next.
Sales experience at the Diamond District. We offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches. Repairs.
We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Sonny, I do remember how Honk Pete was. Dan Patrick doesn't work for Fox. His show is carried by a bunch of Fox stations, but Dan Patrick doesn't work for Fox. My guess is Fox said to Cowherd, we'd prefer if you didn't talk about this. Adam, he should go to jail for this, though. He really should.
Well, he wouldn't Florida. I mean, it'd be a felony in Florida. That's the thing.
I mean, I don't care who he is.
Well, not just embarrassed. Marv did get arrested. I mean, there's lots of witnesses, Paula. I mean, from reading the stories, there's quite a few witnesses. You call that a meltdown that the computer didn't fire?
In fact, I thought he was laughing about it.
I was joking about it. I don't really think that was a meltdown, but if you want to call it a meltdown, call it a meltdown. I don't give a damn. I mean, we earn our money, guys, by commercial sponsors. That's how we get paid.
Right. We do need those spots to run.
So the spots not running, believe it or not, are kind of a big deal. I can get through not having a guest. Okay? If it sucks David Sampson can't do the show tomorrow. We'll get by. We don't air the spots. We don't get paid. And we don't do this for free. We own this show. It's Miller and Moulton. That's it. There's nobody else. We sell it, we produce it, we get the guest. There's not one thing on this show that either Miller or Moulton doesn't do from top to bottom.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're done for the day. Got Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Started the NHL season tomorrow. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I got some baseball talk coming Mark's way in a bit, but right now it's time for...
All right, let's...
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Might need a lot of baseball talk. There's not a lot that happened today, David. Pretty boring day. 1926, Babe Ruth becomes the first Major League player to hit 3 home runs in a World Series game. Yanks beat the Cardinals 10-5. The tavern owner in Chicago bought a seat for his billy goat today in Game 4. He was escorted out, cast a goat curse on the Cubs today in 45. Jim Palmer today in 1966 at the age of 20 is the youngest to record a World Series shutout as Baltimore would beat the Dodgers 6-0.
Think about that. 20.
Phil Niekro wins his 300th game today as a Yankee. Also at the age of 46, being the oldest to pitch a shutout, beating Toronto 8-0 today in 1985.
The Jays had clinched the East the day before. It was the final day of the regular season. They didn't play anybody, but yes. I think it was, I don't know if Niekro pitched another game.
Today in 93, Michael Jordan announced his retirement. The first time. And today in 2010, Roy Halladay pitches the second no-hitter in postseason play in Game 1 of the divisional series, 4-0 against Cincinnati. I'm guessing, David, this is your first guy you remember in wrestling. Bruno Sammartino.
First ever WWF champion that I could recall. Oh, yeah.
And boxer Ricky Hatton would have celebrated birthdays today.
You do your, recreation of what was it in the South and at the Omni?
The World Championship Wrestling, the WCW.
Yeah, right, WCW, and you
Gordon
would do
Soley, David. Gordon Soley.
And I remember first Vince McMahon Sr., then Vince McMahon Jr., doing television work on the WWF. And yes, Mark, every big show at Madison Square Garden for years involved Bruno Sammartino.
We'll be at Macon High School on Thursday, the Statesboro Rec Center on Friday, and Saturday at the Omni in Atlanta. Tony Dungy is 70. David, Elizabeth Shue is 62 years old today.
Oh, I just need a moment. This is the LA Chargers right here. Okay, just so for those that were with us earlier in the show, and how the woman that Mark just can't shake, and that comparison was the LA Chargers. That's Elizabeth Shue.
Rebecca Lobo is 52. Richard Seymour, 46. Jake Getzel is 31. The NHL starts tomorrow, in case you missed it. Trevor Lawrence is 26 years old today. Kyle Pitts, 25. And Bronny James is 22. What did I miss, David?
They assassinated Sadat today.
I left that one for you on purpose.
Yep.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
See, that's what they do in the Middle East, Mark. You win the Nobel Peace Prize, you bring peace to the Middle East, they kill you.
We go to Michigan for the good, where 45-year-old man was disappointed to see someone had won the lottery's $564,000 Club Keno, the Jack Prize, until he found out he was the winner. Said he plays it when he gets over $100,000, and he was initially upset when he checked the status of the drawings. He saw someone had won. He was bummed out. Checked his numbers again. He was the winner. Wow. Siri, stop it. Having a bad day today. For the bad, we go to the Cape, where the Cape police made a big arrest last week. Julian James Garton-Mully was arrested on a litany of drug charges. Let's see. He had a bunch of MDMA. He had some amphetamines, some mushrooms, some weed, 6 silver bars, a bunch of cash, 2 shotguns, an AR pistol, and a rifle, plus a partridge in a pear tree. Finally, the ugly will stay in Lee County, where Dalton Sousa is a horrible human being. He was sentenced to 12 months of probation and should be put in a dog pound and let a pit bull go after him every day for an hour, because he was accused of throwing a chihuahua off a 3rd-floor balcony like a football after an argument. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, October the 6th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Obviously, we've brought it up a few times during the show today. There's this thing called Monday Night Football tonight. It's on both ABC and ESPN. The Chiefs and the Jaguars in Jacksonville. First Monday night game for the Jags at home in a couple of years. They haven't had
went so well.
Right. They lost to Jake Browning and the Bengals when they were 8-3. It began a slide where they lost 5 of their last 6 and missed the playoffs. Anyway, off to a 3-1 start for just the 8th time in franchise history. Do the Jags upset the Eagles at home? Or is Kansas City back to their winning ways? They have won 2 in a row. 3.5-point favorites are the Chiefs. Kickoff at 8:15 tonight, ABC and ESPN. All right. Got a couple of baseball games tonight. Starting at 6 o'clock. TBS is your home for the National League Division Series. Fox, FS1, and their family of networks is your home for the American League Division Series. American League off tonight. National League has the night to themselves. American League will have the night to themselves tomorrow. Dodgers and Phillies in Philadelphia at 6 o'clock. First pitch at 6:08 on TBS. Phillies jumped out to a 3-0 lead against Ohtani. Never extended it. Dodgers cut it to 3-2 and Teoscar Hernandez. Mark, a lot of people in this series thought that the difference in the series could be, can the Dodgers take care of the Phillies' bridge relievers? Phillies have tremendous starting pitching. They've got a closer that most people believe in Duran. Okay? Weren't sure about innings 7 and 8, whether or not they could get it to their closer. The bridge didn't work in game 1. Meanwhile, Ohtani goes 6. They pressed him for over 90 pitches. And the Dodgers bullpen gets it done. Very shaky 8th. Bases loaded, but they get out of it. The closer, by the way, his 4th ever relief appearance, Sasaki. 4th time ever appearing in relief. So the Jays starter yesterday, Mark, it was his 4th ever start in the majors. And the Dodgers are throwing in a guy who's been a starting pitcher his whole life, but their bullpen's such a mess. They're like, yeah, we'll try anything. Bridge versus closer. Which one more effective in game 1? It was closer for the Dodgers. A lot of people think this is the key to the series. Dodgers next 3 games, Mark, they're lined up with Yamamoto, Snell, and Ohtani. If they come back on regular 4 days rest, it would be Ohtani in game 4 in LA. We'll see what happens.
Go Phillies tonight. I'm telling you, I just want to see this series go 5.
Well, I'm with you because I think these are the.
I
think the winner of this series going to the World Series. But then at 9 o'clock, man, oh man, whatever the Brewers did during those 5 off days, they need to write that down and sell it to the rest of Major League Baseball.
That game was over by the end of the first inning.
It was 6-1.
I know.
The first inning was 9-1 after 2. So, but the Cubs, this is what was supposed to happen. A team starting their number 4 starter. It's why it was huge the Dodgers swept the Reds. They didn't have to pitch Ohtani. They could then start the Philly series with Ohtani. Cubs had to go the distance against the Padres. Cubs were kind of experimenting with who do we put out there with essentially their number 4 starter. He got shelled. Okay, now the Cubs pitching is lined up. And the Brewers threw their ace, Peralta. So here we go. Feels like a must for Chicago tonight. Game in Milwaukee, 9 o'clock.
By the way, I missed something there. Good, Bad, and Ugly brought to you by CapeCops.com. How I didn't say that is beyond me. CapeCops.com. Not only are they the sponsor, they're helping provide the material for the segment.
By the way, should we call them and get their thoughts on the Mark Sanchez story?
You know what? Now that you said it, I'm guessing I'll get a text from the chief later today.
Chief, one, can we guess what you think will be in the toxicology report? All right, based on behavior that you guys have run into over the years?
And 2, can you find out why Indiana doesn't have its battery against someone 65 or older is a felony? That's just a question.
And 3, how many people have you had to do something with after you pepper spray them? When is pepper spray never enough? We'll hang up and listen.
Sprays, or do they just go right to the tase?
I don't know.
All good questions.
We think so. We're just saving it for the Mark Sanchez interview. That's all. Okay.
Call his publicist.
Right. Just not anytime soon.
Phillies get it done today?
Yeah. They had the best home record, I think, in baseball, but definitely the National League. Tough for me to envision losing 2 in a row, even though it's Yamamoto, right? Yeah, I like the Phillies, and I do like the Brewers, though. Against the Cubs, I like the Brewers. I don't think the Brewers win the best of 7 next round against whoever emerges, but I
The
do
only
like them
thing
against
I
the
will
Cubs.
say is that they basically split the season series.
I know.
And the Cubs were playing great baseball in the month of September and into the first round of the playoffs. So we both want to see we'd love to see the Brewers win the whole damn thing, but I've always had a soft spot for the Cubbies. So there you have it. Little baseball. Monday Night Football. David and I on Friday both picked Kansas City. Man, I hope I'm wrong. And I hope for your sake you get a good game entering the fourth quarter. That's all I know that you want. Question for you, David.
Yes.
Because it is a home game for you, and there are a lot of things on the positive side that go with that.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly sleeping in your own bed.
Right.
One of the negatives would be you probably don't get to escape the way you normally do. Will you get to bed earlier or later than you would if you were staying in the hotel?
2 years ago, I got to bed later. And, not to give into too much behind the scenes, but I'm not sure that I'll get to bed earlier either. The big part of the home game is when the show's over on Tuesday, I got to scramble. I got to get to an airport. I got to travel. Most of the times it's at least 2 flights. It's a long day. The best part of the home game is tomorrow. Show's over at 10 o'clock. I'm asleep by 10:10. It's fantastic. Mark, I love when I'm on the road in a time zone where I can go back to bed. Okay, for as much as it sounds awful doing a West Coast show from 3 to 7 a.m., my flights out of the airport at LA or what have you don't leave till noon. I go back to bed after we do our show. I sleep 2 hours. It's awesome.
Yeah, I wish I had that ability. I usually have enough adrenaline that I can't fall asleep right after the show. But I found a couple of TV shows that put me out, so I'll try one of those today. And the other question that's been asked throughout the show in the chat room, when you do games in Philadelphia, Sveta
Speeda's mom
makes meatballs.
Right.
Are you bringing tuna mac to the booth tonight?
No, that's hysterical, though. I don't know how they'd respond to that. In fact, I'll throw that out there and say, oh, guys, sorry you got to eat the press box food. I was going to bring tuna mac and just see their reaction. When do you think the last time Joe and Troy have had tuna mac?
Not since Troy was 8 years old.
I think in the 80s.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell them Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton